Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. A seed planted today takes root and grows into a tree that bears fruit in the future. Over 110 years ago, a seed was planted. Today, that seed, the idea of excellence, has grown into the University of Pretoria, South Africa's largest contact research-intensive university. 9 faculties and a business school are spread across 7 beautiful campuses, which are home to over 50,000 students, ready to make an impact in the world beyond university and join our global network of nearly 300,000 alumni. Future-focused, sustainably developed facilities and cutting-edge multi- and transdisciplinary research are underpinned by a desire to transform lives and have a positive impact on communities and the world. Excellence in teaching, learning, research innovation, arts and culture, and sports puts us firmly amongst the world's best universities. Knowledge is not just what is in books. It is the wisdom to apply it, to nourish and nurture the seed so that it takes root, grows tall, bears fruit, and branches out. UP plants that seed, that tiny bit of curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, hope, the desire to care, respect, help, and innovate against all odds, to grow, to leave your mark, to excel, to challenge the norm, to think, to rethink, to discover, to inquire, to lead, to have courage, to make a difference, and to persevere. This is the University of Pretoria. We make today and every day matter.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students. Good morning, one and all. Welcome to the Bullhoek Massacre Centenary. It is my singular pleasure to introduce you to our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Tawana Kupe, who will officially open the occasion for us. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to those who are watching internationally. 100 years ago, to the day, a group of members of the Church of God and Saints of Christ, also known as the Israelites, gathered upon a hill at a place called Ntabelanga in Bulhoek in the Eastern Cape. Their gathering was part of their annual pilgrimage during the religious festival of Passover, in which they participated during the months of April or May. However, there was something different about the gathering of the members of the Church of God and Saints of Christ on Tuesday, the 24th of May, 1921. The numbers of pilgrims gathered in Ntabelanga was larger than it had been in previous years. Several of the pilgrims had arrived much earlier than the day of Passover festival, camping there for several days, giving rise to rumors that they had moved in to stay permanently at Ntabelanga. The situation unnerved the local South African Union government authorities. By the morning of 24 May 1921, the local police, who had been in panic mode for weeks, were nervous and extremely agitated. The Union police instructed the church members to move out of the land they had occupied. The church members refused to move. By midday on the 24th of May 1921, more than 100 members of the church had been killed. Many were injured, and others, including the church leader, Enoch Mkijima, were arrested. I would like to suggest that in order to understand the Bulhoek massacre of 24 May 1921, we have to take the larger national and global historical backdrop of the times into account. Such backdrop included at least the following: the promulgation of the Natives Land Act of 1913, the establishment of the South African Native National Congress in Bloemfontein on 8 January 1912, later to be renamed the African National Congress, the First World War, 28 July 1914 to 11 November 1918, the influenza epidemic, 1918 to 1919. Each of these events and more had a direct and indirect impact on the tensions that unfolded between the members of the Church of God and Saints of Christ at Ntabelanga. Given the historic significance of the Bulhoek massacre, I would like to commend the organizers of this symposium for insisting that as scholars and researchers, we take a moment to remember Bulhoek, lest we forget where we came from. 27 years since the advent of democracy in our country, it is only correct that we take a longer view as we reflect on our journey as a country and as a people. My hope is that at this conference, you will not only look back into history, but you also use our tragic past in order to fashion a brighter future for us and for generations to come. I've had a look at the different topics that will be addressed by the various speakers in this symposium, and I look forward both to the presentations and the publication that will come out of this webinar. I wish you well in your deliberations and wonderful insights, critical analysis, critical thought, and robust debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kupe, for those warm and insightful words of opening and welcome. My name is Tinyiko Maluleke. I am a Senior Research Fellow at the University of Pretoria Center for the Advancement of Scholarship. I am accompanied by my friend and colleague, Dr. Bongani Ngulunga, Director of the University of Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Studies. The two of us will be directing the program of this webinar. On his and my own behalf, we wish to thank the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe, for his welcome and for his opening, and also for affording us these excellent facilities at Future Africa at the University of Pretoria campus. We also take this opportunity to thank Professor Chilidzi Marwala, Principal and Vice Chancellor of UJ, without whose equal support this project might never have seen the light of day. As you can guess by now, the Bullhoek Centenary webinar is jointly hosted by the University of Pretoria Center for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Studies based at the University of Johannesburg. Let me also take the opportunity to welcome members of our virtual audience from at least 13 universities across the country, as well as postgraduate students and colleagues and postdocs who have joined us for this occasion. The format is a straightforward one, this being a whole morning symposium. We would like to keep it robust and to keep it flowing. It is live on YouTube. We therefore encourage all our virtual participants to use the comment section on YouTube to ask questions to specific speakers, to make comments, to let us know what they think. We will have a short 10-minute break for tea between 10 a.m. and 10 minutes past 10 South African time. For the rest, we would like to execute this program as outlined so that by 1 o'clock or shortly thereafter, we are done with it. My colleague and friend, Dr. Bongani Ngulunga, will take over the direction of the program from about 11. But for now, I will do the honors. We are particularly pleased that Advocate Sagela will give his input to the webinar on site at Ntabelanga, and we look forward to that. We couldn't have wished for a better cast of presenters and speakers. We now move to begin the program. And let me introduce to you our keynote speaker, who will talk to us about the place of the Bulhoek massacre in South African history, Professor Robert Edgar. Professor Robert Edgar is the Emeritus Professor of African Studies at Howard University. He is Senior Fellow in the Department of History at Stellenbosch University. He has taught as a visiting professor at the University of Virginia, Georgetown University, the National University of Lesotho, University of Cape Town, University of Western Cape. He specializes in the history of modern religious and political movements in Southern Africa. Professor Edgar, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to participate in this very important conference. The last century of South African history has been punctuated with periodic bursts of government brutality. One of the earliest examples, the Bulhoek Massacre, shook the morning of May 24th, 1921. A force of 600 white policemen and soldiers confronted the prophet Enoch Gimgajima and some 3,000 of his followers, called the Israelites, who refused to leave their holy village of Ntabalonga, the mountain of the rising sun, located about 25 kilometers southwest of Queenstown. Slide 1. Called by Mgajima, they had been gathering since early 1919 to await the end of the world. While the Israelites maintained they were there to pray and worship in peace, the white authorities viewed them as illegally squatting on land that was not theirs. The government had sent a heavily armed force to expel them. The outcome of the ensuing battle was never in doubt. While Mgajima clung to their conviction that God would protect them, their spiritual arsenal and their knobkerries, swords, and spears were no match for the state's array of rifles, machine guns, and cannon. In the 20-minute battle, nearly 200 Israelites were killed and many more wounded. Next slide. This is a photo of Enoch and Gajima. To understand why this massacre happened, we must go back to dramatic transformations in the early 19th century that drove Africans in the Eastern Cape to search for quote unquote promised land. In the early 19th century, one development triggered by European colonists encroaching on the lands of Xhosa-speaking people living between the Kai and Sunday rivers brought chaos to the Eastern Cape for many decades. Boer cattle keepers who trekked into the region in the early 18th century contested with Xhosa cattle keepers for grazing land, but their efforts did not change the balance of power. But the arrival of British forces in 1806 changed everything, for their military might was decisive in conquering large swaths of land for European settlement. Africans were left with reserve areas that we know now as the Ciskei and Transkei. The other development was the Mfecane of the early 19th century, an eruption of political conflicts and widespread migrations, which propelled movements of people throughout many parts of present-day South Africa and as far north as Zambia, Tanzania, and Malawi. In what is now KwaZulu-Natal, some groups, including Enoch Mgijima's Shlubi people, fled their ancestral homes southward along the Indian Ocean coast, where they began assimilating into Xhosa-speaking communities. But some shifted sides and allied themselves with the British. Called Mfengu, they became converts to Christianity and embraced mission education in exchange for bits of land in the Ciskei. However, expressing one loyalty to the British on the part of some Africans did not mean that the British showed loyalty to those who had sided with them. The Mgijimas were among the Shlubi families that settled in Kamastone in the northern tip of the Ciskei in the 1850s. Enoch's father, Jonas, was a prosperous farmer. He converted to Christianity, and he and his family became staunch members of the Wesleyan Methodist Church. Born in 1868, Enoch was the last of 9 children born to Jonas and his wife, Makeswa. Believing in the value of mission education, they sent 3 of their sons to the celebrated schools Lovedale and Zonnebloem. Enoch was due to attend Lovedale, but en route, severe headaches forced him to return home, where he became a landowner and small game hunter. In his classic work, Native Life in South Africa, Saul Plaatje observed that, quote, South Africa is a land of prophets and prophetesses, unquote. That was certainly the case historically in the Eastern Cape. Mgijima's call for prophecy came as he was nearing 40 years old. On 9th of April, 1907, he had a dramatic vision in which God told him that he had a mission to preach to people and that he had a responsibility to warn them about a coming judgment day. Only those who followed in the name of the Lord, he was told, would escape God's wrath. To Mgijima and his followers, the appearance of Halley's Comet in the sky in 1910 and the outbreak of World War I in 1914 validated his prophecy. Although Mgijima was reluctant at first to take up his call to preach, he eventually relented and began operating as an independent evangelist in his area. He remained a Wesleyan Methodist, but attracted a large personal following. Like other African Christians who were growing disillusioned with European mission Christianity, Mgijima challenged the spiritual power and legitimacy of the missions. A Mgijima follower, in a letter to the newspaper, stated that Black people were making their own claim to Christianity because whites had expropriated religion as, quote, an instrument of power for the establishment of white supremacy and destination in the world, unquote. He pointed out the hypocrisy of how white persons practiced Christianity. How could they hate Black persons so much when Christianity taught love for one's neighbor? In November 1912, Mgijima announced that he had joined an African American body, the Church of God and Saints of Christ, founded by an African American prophet, William Saunders Crowdy, in the late 19th century. The church had sent a missionary to South Africa, Albert Christian, but the person who had the most impact on Mgijima was John Msekenya, who had gone to America for higher education and converted to Crowdy's denomination. The central ritual observance, borrowed from Crowdy, was a week-long Passover festival, typically held every April at Comestone, which members were expected to attend. Its daily rituals were patterned on the book of Exodus, whose central message was exile and captivity and the quest for freedom of the biblical Israelites from the oppression of the Egyptian pharaohs. Mgajima's movement began calling themselves Israelites, but they were not seeking an escape from South Africa. They were not exiles, they were exiles, people who had become strangers in their own land. Their essential message was that God is a God of salvation and deliverance, and that he is preparing the way for the liberation of his chosen people from tyrannical authority. The Exodus story has been a source of inspiration for both religious and secular movements who identified with the Old Testament Israelites' trials and tribulations, as well as their dreams and triumphs. The Exodus story had a special meaning for African Americans and Africans living under white oppression, as well as Afrikaner nationalists who saw themselves as a chosen people. In early 1919, Mgijima stood outside the Israelite tabernacle at Ntabelanga, holding two cross-strict sticks in front of him. He uttered the words, Judah, Ephraimi, Joseph, Nezalwani, meaning Judah, Ephraim, Joseph, and others. Then he exclaimed, Bonke Bevile, they have all heard. This was a summons for his followers to gather at the holy village of Ntabelanga and to await an imminent judgment day. Eventually, some 3,000 persons heeded his call. This is a tenth of the congregation. What compelled Mgijima to create his Exodus community? There were ominous signs at the end of World War I in 1918 that filled many Africans with anxiety and anticipation. One was soaring food prices. Another was the Spanish influenza pandemic, known to the Xhosa as Umbatalala, or the disaster, which devastated rural areas. Between September and November 1918, the influenza swept through South Africa, leaving an estimated 250,000 persons dead in its wake. In the Ciskei and Transkei, the death toll was especially high, with an estimated 1,000 Africans dying in the Queenstown area alone. In Comestone, 50 of every 1,000 persons died. Mgijima spoke of the influenza as a round thing that would envelop the world, leaving no place unaffected, and instructed his followers to paint their houses white so the plague would not infect them. Following the influenza came a devastating drought in which rainfall fell to its lowest in 30 years. Pastures were destroyed, and crops and tens of thousands of sheep and cattle were wiped out. Famine was a real prospect. This intensified pressure on the land. A magistrate in Lady Frere reported that among Africans, quote, the cry everywhere is land, unquote. Mgijima's home in Comestone, which was surrounded on three sides by white farms, was feeling the pinch. One ANC member who lived there put it this way, the natives of Comastone are packed like sardines. They cannot move. In early 1919, Mkajima summoned his followers to Intabalanga for a Passover. But many did not leave, and it became apparent to white officials that they intended to stay indefinitely. That laid the basis for a dispute with white officials. The Israelites maintained they were there at the command of the Lord, while the state defined the problem in legal and private property terms. And they issued summonses to Israelite quote unquote strangers to appear in court for illegally squatting on crown land. None honored them. Then the Queenstown magistrate ordered the Israelites to compile a register of their community at Intabalanga. The prophet's brother Charles objected, stating that their members were already enumerated in God's book. They were there, he explained, on God's time, not European time. In the ensuing months, Intabalanga became a self-sufficient, autonomous communal society that threatened both Black and white farmers in the area. On December 7th, 1920, government officials in Pretoria decided that local white officials could not cope with the Israelites and sent an armed force of almost 100 police to intimidate the Israelites into backing down. However, a large force of Israelite men stood their ground and forced the police to retreat. White farmers reacted by fleeing to Queenstown, where they wanted to create a lager. This was a disaster for the government. A week later, the government sent a delegation of high-profile officials, including the heads of the army and the police, to negotiate directly with the Israelites. Their position was very direct. You must obey secular authority. Theo Truder, the commander of the police, put it bluntly, quote, "You must obey the regulations. Every community has its rulers, but they are themselves subject to the laws. I rule the police, but I must obey the laws. It is no use awaiting an answer to your prayers." End of quote. Charles Mkajima responded, quote, "God has sent us to this place. We shall let you know when it is necessary that we go." End of quote. Edward Mpateni added, "We wanted to live peacefully with all. You can try to interfere with God's work if you like, but that is not our affair." The tone of the Israelites dramatically shifted then, from warning that the government was in a fight with God to contending that Jehovah would intervene on their side against secular authority. However, the government began interpreting Israelite resistance in political terms, that they were actually plotting a rebellion. Because secular authority and leaders of millennial groups hold vastly different worldviews, they have such negative perceptions of each other that they almost inevitably end up clashing rather than resolving their differences. This is what happened in the case of the Israelites and the government. From December 1920 to May 24th, relations continued to deteriorate between the Israelites and government officials, as well as with some local Africans, white and African farmers, and the Native Affairs Commission, which the state had established to liaise with Africans on a range of issues. To the government, the Israelites' major sin was that they threatened proper Black-white relations. In other words, Black persons had to pay deference to white authority. They began interpreting ritual practices such as drilling and wielding swords as signs that they were plotting a general uprising. The government weighed its options, including sending planes to bomb Ntabalanga, and decided in early May they had no choice but to use brute force to quell the Israelite resistance. A police and army squadron was mobilized to expel the people at Ntabalanga. In this time, when the Black Lives Matter movement is questioning how police use excessive force to deal with Black persons, one can ask why the South African government made this choice. After the massacre, John Dubé's newspaper, Ilanga Lase Natal, perceptibly questioned why it was necessary to send out an armed force when the regulation the Israelites was breaking was a minor bylaw regulating the number of dwellings one could put on an allotment of land. Would the government, Dubé asked, have treated a white religious group in the same way? The showdown between the government and the Israelites was May 24th, the birthday of both Queen Victoria and Jan Smuts. The previous day, the government dispatched combined police and army units with 22 officers and 590 men. They encamped several miles away from Bulhoek. On the bitterly cold morning of May 24th, the units split into two regiments as they approached Ntabalanga. One was positioned on a hillside overlooking the Holy Village, and the other was placed on a hillside, another one with machine guns and artillery. The top officers established a command post. The Israelites' morning service featured ritual marching, which the soldiers mistook for a war dance. The Israelites were very aware that a confrontation was likely and split their adult men into 5 regiments of 100 men each, who were roughly divided by age. Israelite women and children remained in the tabernacle, praying and singing. Around 11:15 a.m., the police asked the Israelites if they wish to have one last discussion. An Israelite representative asked why the soldiers had come. The reply was that the Israelites should lay down their arms and surrender. Otherwise, the soldiers would advance on them. One Israelite was defiant, quote, "If it is to be a fight, then I warn you that Jehovah will fight with us and for us," end of quote. The police advanced to about 400 meters from the Israelite men. Truder tried one last time to get the Israelites to back down. The police warned them again that they were prepared to advance on Ntabalanga, and that if the Israelites resisted, they would use force to remove them. An Israelite responded, "We will fight and Jehovah will fight with us. Then that's all. It's finished. Jehovah will fight for us. End of quote. We are not sure exactly how the battle was touched off. The official view is that as soon as the Israelite spokesman returned to their lines, the prophet Mgijima spoke again and told them, quote, Jehovah says, you must charge the heathen, unquote. And the Israelites surged towards the police line. The police also charged that some Israelites fired guns at them, although the police only found some antique rifles after the battle. The Israelites had a different view of what sparked the fight. They claimed that as soon as the Israelites' representatives returned to report the last exchange, the soldiers started shooting, and they were left with no alternative but to attack. Some Israelites may have believed that they were protected from bullets that would turn to water, but most had no illusions about their destructive power. Charles Mgijima put it this way: if we had run away, they would have shot us all the same. Or, as another Israelite remembered, when bullets are coming at you and people are in front of you, you can't turn back. You'll die going forwards. You'll face them rather than show your back. The battle's outcome was never in doubt. The Israelites, dressed in white tunics and brown khaki shorts and armed with knobkerries and assegais, were conspicuous targets as they surged towards the police line. A police officer instructed the soldiers to fire a volley at the Israelites to see how they would react. But because their rifles were armed with bayonets, their shots fell far short. But then the rifles and machine guns opened fire and began slicing through the Israelites' ranks. As they clambered forward, they yelled, Magwala, cowards, you will all die here. A handful made it as far as the police lines to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But aside from a few injured police who suffered stab wounds, none of them were killed. In the 20 minutes of fighting, fierce fighting over a 2.5-mile front, some 200 Israelites were killed, we don't know the precise number, and nearly 130 wounded. The rest of the day and throughout the night, Israelite men and women tended to the wounded and gathered their dead who were eventually buried in 3 mass graves. Next slide. Soldiers converged on Ntabalanga to arrest Mgijima and burn the village. Those who were arrested were marched into Queenstown, where they were jeered at by white citizens. Next slide. Next slide. The soldiers also confiscated holy relics, including the Israelite Ark of the Covenant, which eventually made its way to the basement of the Albany Museum in Grahamstown. It was discovered and returned to the Church of God and Saints of Christ in late 1995. Last slide. From the establishment of the Union of South Africa in 1910 to the present government, the Bullhoek massacre was but one of many occasions in which the government used brute force to crush people it regarded as its enemies. Port Elizabeth in 1920, Bulhoek, Bondelswaarts in 1922, Duncan Village in 1952, Colusa Hill and Sharpeville in 1960, Soweto in 1976, Longa and Queenstown in 1985, Winterfeld in 1986, Bisho in 1992, and Marikana in 2012 are all part of the lexicon of repression in which the state, before and after 1994, sanctions its forces to slaughter dissidents. Let me close on a personal note. This week, we Americans are also commemorating another centennial, the white destruction of Queenstown, a prosperous African-American community known as the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I grew up in a small town north of Tulsa and did not even know about the Tulsa Race Massacre until I was an adult. Over 2 days, May 31st and June 1st, 1921, white citizens killed 300 Black persons, burned 1,200 homes, and left 10,000 people homeless. White officials even called in airplanes to bomb Black businesses and homes. Here is the testimony last week to the US Congress of 107-year-old Viola Fletcher. She was 7 years old when she witnessed the massacre. She said the following: "I still see Black men being shot, Black lives lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see Black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot," end of quote. Her powerful statement reminds us that we must keep the painful memories of the tragedies at Tulsa and in Tabalanga alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that illuminating keynote, taking us back to the time and the moment and the minutes when this was happening. We now move on, and I now introduce to you Professor Catherine Burns, who is an associate professor of medical history at the Adler Museum of Medicine and the Department of Family Medicine and Primary Care, Health Sciences at the University of Witwatersrand. She inaugurated the first medical humanities interdisciplinary program in the African region, and she continues to develop in this field. She's going to speak to us on the topic of the Bulhoek massacre and pandemic terror. Professor Burns, over to you.
Thank you so much, and what an honor it is to be here today. Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for participating and for giving of yourselves in this important symposium on this important anniversary. And it's particularly an honor to listen to Professor Robert Edgar, speaking about his work and stitching together events unfolding in the United States and the world today with events that happened a century ago. My effort today is not to follow with another keynote. I think that Professor Edgar has really set the scene for the day and for the contributions that will follow. I have a modest contribution to make, and that is to draw to your attention or to highlight something that I'm sure many of you have already thought about, and that is the relationship between what happened just a few years before the massacre at Bullhoek, and to imagine the consequences and ramifications of that in and through the 1921 period. The particular focus of my intervention or my offering today is the question of pandemic terror and the role of a pandemic in reorganizing the imagination of men and women living at the time. And perhaps we can understand this so much more in the wake of the corona pandemic that we're experiencing of COVID-19. And of course, South Africa is far from out of danger. When I began thinking about this, it was when I read Hilary Sapire and Bob Edgar's book a couple of years ago called African Apocalypse. And I began to read more closely, and starting from about 8 years ago, the work of Howard Phillips on the Spanish influenza. And at that point, I was thinking about a bird flu and an H1N1 influenza and the Ebola epidemic that took hold of West Africa and Central Africa about 6 years ago. And I was trying to understand, as many medical historians in the world do, the link between dis-ease in social and political environments and diseases of the body, mental illness, and the actual experience of the collapse of our immunity, of our protection in the face of enormous stress, anxiety, lack of food, and a sense of loss of integrity and legitimacy in the way that we conduct our affairs. If we go back to South Africa in the period after 1910 and the formation of union, we were a society, our ancestors living here, in the most enormous stress. A world war was about to come upon the world just 4 years into South Africa's union. South Africans of African descent were to have even more of their rights and access to land stripped from them. The community of people who considered themselves anti-British imperialist, but who had their origins in Europe, who were self-proclaimed Boers, were in armed rebellion, which broke out in 1913, just as the Land Act was being passed. The South African Native National Congress and other entities, some of which positioned themselves against African elites, were in formation around African resistance. And other minority communities in the country, besides the self-proclaimed Boers, such as people of Indian descent in what we now call KwaZulu-Natal and in the Free State, were also on the rise. Key figures that come to our attention include people who'd been involved in armed rebellion just 10 years before, people who were converts to Christianity in the 1860s, new arrivals from Europe and the Americas who brought with them their own millenarial and eschatological ideas about the end of the world. This included Christian working class people from places like Scotland and Cornwall and the Americas. And it also brought to Southern Africa a real confusion and a set of contestations of ideas about destiny, about God's will on earth, about indigenous practices, particularly ones located in landscape, linked to rivers, linked to ancestors and shades. So there was a veritable storm of anxiety breaking over South Africa. And the South African historiography is replete, and many of you can access this if you're not historians in online forums such as South African History Online. We have an entire library, actually, of books written since particularly the late 1970s on the storm in politics, in African resistance, in resistance from below. Marxist historians searching for the origins of class consciousness, Africanist historians looking to the roots of African nationalism, historians critical of the hagiographies written by Afrikaner nationalist historians in the period up to the 1970s, have also tackled the tumult and the discordant ideas inside of the white Afrikaans-speaking community. And historians who have looked at white working class formation and at the rise of self-consciousness about their location as Black people in Africa, of the Indian community, have provided us with a huge array of interesting texts about this period. There are even fascinating books that trace the history of the small minority of Chinese mine workers brought here under indentured schemes, and the way that there were tensions between and sometimes common cause between themselves and, for example, Xhosa-speaking men and women from this exact region of the Eastern Cape in the period from 1906 right up until the 1920s. We have books on the white mine workers' strike of 1922, where Smuts also brought aeroplanes and aerial bombardment against people with the same color skin as himself to try and quell what he regarded as a form of white Mason socialism. And then, of course, we have the harrowing books that people such as Professor Bob Edgar and others have written about the enormous catastrophe of violence and terror that was brought against the people of the Eastern Cape. So what I would like to consider is the role of health, of disease in the body, and of the specter of pandemic in this space. It is true that Professor Howard Phillips is the preeminent historian of this, but he has not stitched this as closely together with pandemic imagination as perhaps we now see the urgency to do so in the wake of our own pandemic. I believe that one of the reasons that the Israelites and related awakened and resistant movements came to the fore in the 1918 to 1921 era is the actual specter of mass death. Many of you will know that, in fact, the worst natural disaster to ever befall South Africa was the Spanish influenza pandemic. Nearly 5% of our population died within 22 months. Just consider that. It's extraordinary that we even have records of more than 300,000 people dying in the period between the end of World War I and the beginning of the movement that led to the Bullhoek massacre. By bringing together medical archives with political and policing archives and legal archives, I do believe that the Spanish influenza was a vital shaping factor, marked by the massive and rapid loss of vital young adult life in the region, which marked out the Spanish flu as very different from many other epidemics until we came to the doorstep of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, which also took, quote unquote, the beautiful ones, people between the ages of 18 and 40. This was also true of the Spanish flu, marked by the disappearance of young adults in the region and new discourses at the time of sanitation, linking that to race division and to the dis-ease of miscegenation, the ugly political language of race segregation of the day. We see that the pandemic had widespread and hitherto unexamined implications. Insurance, ideas about risk, competing claims and injunctions concerning religion, God's will on earth, the rise of scientific medicine. All of these took place against the backdrop of a society influenced in the community of African descent, as well as in the white community and in communities of mixed background. A huge revivalist and millenarial movement began to break out across South Africa. South African historiography has often pushed against imbricated writing or history in chords. But if we look at the newspapers of the day, including Umtuteli Wabantu or the Rand Daily Mail, just to name two, we see the way in which Joanna Brunt, the seer, an Afrikaner millenarial religious leader, the communities that were gathered around KwaZulu-Natal sugar farms, often positioning themselves in a kind of revivalist Hinduism, and newly converted as well as more established Christian churches, from the Dutch Reformed churches in the interior to some of the oldest churches on the seaboard of the Western Cape and the Eastern Seaboard. They were all examining and all turning to scripture and to discourses of huge debate and tension, and splitting movements and divisions between church communities across South Africa were rife. Inside of, for example, the Roman Catholic Church, there is a huge split about God's will around the flu epidemic. The Dutch Reformed Church had synod after synod about this. Newspapers popped up disparaging other members and other congregations. And this is absolutely true and very, very alive in the Xhosa-speaking communities of the Eastern Cape, where historians of African intellectuals and of the public sphere show us that there was an absolutely alive, anxious, tremulous, vociferous outburst of public speech about what it was that had befallen the earth in the wake of World War I. Hilary Sappa and Bob Edgar recounted some of this terror also in another book about a prophet called Nontetha Nkwenkwe, who also arose in this period. And we see in the archives of the police, of legal infrastructure, of magistrates, and of independent African churches, that there was a veritable tsunami building up across the land in the lead up to the Bulhoek massacre. We can trace these not only through sources that we might regard as official or state, or the radical sources that come from voices from below, but I argue that we can also trace this in oral history, in the work of art and of literature, and in the works of and records of medical institutions, particularly missionary hospitals, and the records of nurses and of doctors in the region. Many of you will know the influential and beautiful poem of Reuben Tlakela Kalusa, published just after the flu epidemic began to take grip of the country. Translated into English, the opening stanza is, "In the year 1918, we were killed by the disease called fluenza, which finished our beloved relatives, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. In other households, no one was left. It took young women and men. It chose the beautiful ones." In each era of pandemic, the consequences are felt at the human as well as the societal level. And it reminds us when we read this poem as medical historians about how humans reckon with suffering, with what it is to be human. And the current pandemic that we are in has raised this historical specter again. So one of the interesting areas of medical history is to try and trace over the course of about 1,000 years of human history, what are the lasting impacts of pandemics, whether they are plagues in the medieval era, or whether they occur in the industrial or early modern era, or whether they occur in the 20th century with a particular kind of violence of the industrial military energy and the role of the state in seizing assets and land and stripping people of their autonomy, as we have seen in parts of the Americas, much of West and Central Africa, and sadly and lamentably in our own country. Epidemics reveal the nature, the fault lines, and the character of societies. Issues such as inequality, poverty, and overcrowding are true of every pandemic and mean that the rich and those who have more autonomy over their lives always experience the pandemic differently than those who are living cheek by jowl, who've had their land stripped away, and who are dependent on wage labor. They also reveal cultural and social phenomena, the underlying attitudes of society. In a famous phrase, pathogens project prejudices. And history always shows us that in times of social disease, people look for origin points. They look for entities to blame. Epidemics and pandemics accelerate trends and patterns in transport, in medico-technological discovery, in clinical and health infrastructure. They all gather at a rapid pace. And this was true in Southern Africa as well. They initiate new developments and things that would not have been anticipated. For example, in the Eastern Cape, the rapid development around the period 1918 to 1928 of a vibrant, independent, and informal health sector, organized under the control of mainly African women healers, such as Louisa Mvembe, extremely different from the generation before, where independent healing largely came under the control of male Ikwela or Amaqhiga. The demand for new resources to protect health was also vibrant in the Eastern Cape at this time. And we see the rise of very important African women nurses, the training of people like Cecilia Makawani, who gave of her life during the pandemic to save both poorer white and Black South Africans in the Eastern Seaboard cities of the time, and at least another 25 Black nurses whose histories I have traced, who lived in the region from the current day coastal cities all the way up to Makanya inland, and who gave of their lives in the prime of their youth during the pandemic, and whose history has been largely forgotten. Can you imagine, let me pause for a moment, what it was like for communities who were trying to protect their young, vibrant adults in the middle of the pandemic and calling on health authorities and magistrates, mission hospitals, and some of the small-run biomedical institutions in that region, and at the same time calling on their ancestors for protection, and at the same time falling to their knees to God to protect them and drawing on scriptures. Can you imagine the devastation of seeing young healers, particularly people in their 20s and 30s, both people who had come up through apprenticeship systems in the traditional and indigenous healing fraternity and sorority, and nurses walking around in their nun-like habits with their caps on and their epaulets, with their starched clothes, bringing whatever sukkah they could to people's homes, and then the community finding out within months that they had died in the very middle of discharging their duties. I think we have to pause and reckon at the consequences that this had for people, their sense of confidence, their sense of autonomy, their sense of future being stripped away from them, and place that also into the context that Professor Edgar has given us about the removal of land, the stripping of people's rights, and the particular tax on independent chiefs. Epidemics also trigger the demand for and zeal for legal reform, not only in rights and in the argument for citizenship expansion, but also in reform of public health. And the word and the phrase public health crops up again and again amongst literate Africans writing in the vibrant newspapers of the Eastern Cape, amongst communities of middle class and educated people of all stripes and colors in the country. The concern with civic or public health, the health of the community, is a clarion call across the medical newspapers, the broadsheets, the advertisements of the day. Plague pitted against the argument for peace and health. By bringing together these medical archives, we can find a way of inserting into the deep reflection that we need on this Bullhoek massacre, a sense of why people looked towards eschatological and millenarian ideas. Prophets, the mitigation of an outside force bringing to us a sense of population-based salvation in the face of divided facilities, divided institutions, and the stripping away of rights. One of the most powerful archives that I believe we need to bring into the discussion of the Israelites and their sense of the calling together of Prophet Ngajima, of his community to one particular space, locating people in a space and drawing them together as a community, is the idea of safety in numbers and of drawing solidarity from co-recognition of each other as human beings. I find it extraordinary that all over the world between 1918 and 1922, people were calling together survivors of wars and of the Spanish flu and trying to instantiate some form of godly communion of people on earth. At the same time, in South Africa, given the lack of any effective biomedical treatment against the flu at the time, detailed descriptions in the medical literature of what people in the Eastern Cape in particular, but also in the Reef and also in the towns of the Eastern Seaboard and in Cape Town, we see the way in which people were attempting the shared use of medication along with prayer and along with looking to God and salvation from abroad. Boiled and dried garlic, the use of what we might call rooibos or bushu, boiled and mashed lemons and citrus fruits, boiled bush remedies, iodine, carbolic acid, copious amounts of brandy, the rubbing of tissue salts on children's chests, the use of both fresh and boiled animal milks, particularly cow milk, but also goat milk, the effort to try and protect pregnant women and children, this enormous knitting together in South Africa and sharing rapidly in the witness community of survivors these treatments. Two key themes stand out for me in all this division across ethnic, racial, class lines in the country. There was a movement of people, gold mining men, traders, soldiers returning from abroad, workers who were dependent on wages for whites and also independent entrepreneurs, herbalists, school children, bankers, prisoners, farmers, prophets, the speeded up movement of people through donkey carts, through new forms of vehicular transportation such as trains, and the pumping and propelling of water in the cities, including on the eastern seaboard, the conception of ships arriving in harbors and ports, and the movement of this pandemic across vast territories in Southern Africa. And then, of course, the power of metaphor in healing and in medicine and in sickness. We see in the accounts of the epidemic, and Bob Edgar and others on this call will have witnessed this by looking through the newspapers of the era and the state and local archives, as well as the archives of missionaries and of independent African intellectuals and of others who were recording this at the time. Black and white photographs haunt us of people affected by the epidemic. Newspaper advertisements for various forms of insurance that people could take on. And for me, I would like to put aside and compare and juxtapose the enormous race towards the creation of a South African commercial insurance industry, where people were asked to pit their resources against a future form of fate that could befall them, aside the prophetic movements of the day. I do not wish to insult people with a strong Christian sense of connection to Prophet Ngajima at all, when I point out that as a historian of medicine and science, it fascinates me deeply, and I say this with respect, that all across South Africa, people were searching for forms of protection and insurance against this epidemic. As Kaluza carried on in his poem, translated again into English here by Okibo, in the year 1918, it even took the good-looking men. It took the teenagers. It even took the young maidens. It took the engaged ladies. It took the strummers and the bridesmaid. It took the grooms. It was like there was a black cloud over the earth. Black and gray clouds filled the mindscapes of survivors. Even to this day, people that remember that period through oral histories from their grandparents speak about that October that led up to a sense of utter dread. And so it's not surprising that Prophet Ngajima was joined around the time of his visions that he saw, and his sense of a medicine, of a way of curing, a way of halting and of stopping this extraordinary terror befalling his people. It's not extraordinary at all to me that at the very same time, we have women and men healers spreading across South Africa. We have capitalist forms of insurance agents spreading across South Africa, all of them proclaiming the same thing: the collapse of a sense of trust, of autonomy, of dignity, an enormous sense of mistrust of the proclaimed efficacy of science, a sense of pointed fingers at government officials, a mistrust of the most basic commodities of life, whether water was clean, whether animal milk could be trusted, whether the land under people's feet would survive their own adulthood. And so let me wrap up. I've only got 1 minute left by saying that as far as I can see as a medical historian, the context of the flu epidemic, which wrought such havoc on the land in this period, contributed yet another layer to those that historians such as Bob Edgar have brought to our attention. And I hope that future historians of South Africa draw this into their important narratives of the landscape of terror and dread and the end of the world that faced the people of the Eastern Cape at this time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that riveting, bringing together the world of public health, history, politics, as a backdrop to this tragedy, the Bulhoek massacre. I now move on to a passionate young historian from the University of Free State, Lerato Mchengu. Lerato will speak to us on the clash of the sword and the spirit at Bulhoek. Lerato, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone can hear me. I would like to thank this opportunity that I've been given. And I think it's a shame that many South Africans do not know about the Bulhoek massacre. I was one of those people. And the fact that my father grew up in Queenstown and he has no knowledge of the Bulhoek massacre, I think that it is also a great shame. So when I watched the CRL Rights Commission, I saw people as well as self-proclaimed false prophets give their views of the church, and then this question came into mind. Is it possible for us to put the spirit on trial? Is it possible for us to actually say we judge or we persecute the spirit? This is the main question actually that made me come up with the topic, the sword and the spirit, the Bulhoek massacre. Mr. Edgar has already told us all about the history behind Gijima and how he left the Wesleyan Methodist, like many other Black ministers who were actually ordained in the mainline churches. However, I think that his journey is a little bit different from those of the other Black ministers such as Nzimba and Stile and Mugoni, because he left the Wesleyan Methodist to join another mainline church, missionary church, which was the Church of God and the Saints of Christ. And the main characteristic of this church was the prophesying, because the founder of the church, William Sounder Graudy, was also a prophet. So I think this is what attracted Gijima to the church in the first place. And this is my argument. This is what I argue. I argue that Mugijima was actually a victim of his environment, which greatly shaped him, his visions, and his leadership. And I think those experiences and environment greatly influenced his development, or the development of his personality, which greatly resembles the narcissistic personality disorder. Hence, many people think that the Israelites or the church in which he led was a cult or resembled a cult. However, I also argue that the Bulhoek massacre was a result of what I term white fear. And then when we go on, I will make my argument why I say that. So I would like to make this a disclaimer. This was made also by Edgar, that there is not enough known about the childhood of Gijima to render as a psychological evaluation. So the assumptions that I'm going to make about his narcissistic personality disorder is going to be based on what has been written and the only documentary that I could find online about Gijima as well as the Israelites. So the cult leaders, Navarro states that they have a charismatic personality as well as a grandiose sense of self, meaning that they look at themselves, they view themselves as being special to an extent that they can directly communicate with the divine. They can also translate and transcribe the messages from the divine to the people. And Goldberg concludes that the leaders with narcissistic personality disorder have a paranoid personality. According to the DSM-5, a person with a narcissistic personality disorder has the following characteristics: a grandiose sense of self-importance, preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success and power, believes that they are special and unique and can only be understood or should associate with other people or special people, requires excessive admiration and has a sense of entitlement or unreasonable expectations, and requires automatic compliance. So I believe that Enoch Mgijima, based off what is been written about him in his adulthood, fits these characteristics that I have just mentioned. So I chose to look at him, Mgijima, because I think that without Mgijima, there would have not been any Israelites. So I chose to look at the leader. First, we know that Mgijima could not continue with schooling just as his brothers were. So he became a hunter and a landowner, as well as later became a lay preacher and then an evangelist. And this is whereby when he became an evangelist as well as a lay preacher, this is whereby we see the charismatic characteristics that we have talked about, that a person with a narcissistic personality disorder has, because he was able to attract a lot of people to follow him into the Wesleyan Methodist, because at that time when he was a lay preacher and his time as an evangelist, he started in the Wesleyan Methodist. And also to confirm that he had actually charisma, many churches actually invited him, such as the Moravian churches. They invited him to actually preach or give talks in that churches, because he was able to attract as many people as possible, meaning that he was able to convince people to actually follow the word of God and follow him. And then I would like to also highlight his first vision that he had in 1907. And I quote, "The angel said to him, I am sending you to the people who see clearly today, but nothing tomorrow. If you do not carry out this mission, I will take all the sins of the people and hold you accountable." This vision is the way in which he told the people. It gives us to believe that Mgijima thought or believed as himself to be a special. He had a grandiose sense of self in that his vision tells us that he was taken to the wilderness, and just like Moses in the Bible encountered God in the wilderness, and just like Jesus was tested in the wilderness, so he believed himself to be as special as the Messiah. And his vision also says that God told him that if he fails to give the message to the people, therefore he, like Jesus was the sacrificial lamb, he will actually bear the punishment for not conveying this message. So he was that important. He deemed himself that important to even bear the punishment for the people who did not turn from their sins and for not giving the message to the people. This gives us that fact, or confirms that he had a grandiose sense of self-importance, because he looked at himself as being important. However, another interesting thing that I got from the first vision is that he did not actually start telling people that he was a messenger of God, or he did not talk about the fact that he was given this vision, or nor did he tell people about this vision. And I'd like to state, to also quote from Edgar, the reason why he might have not told people as yet that he was the messenger of God. And I quote, The fact that Mgijima could not achieve a leadership position in the Wesleyan church probably played a crucial role in influencing his decision to secede. So we know, end quote, we know that a person with a narcissistic personality disorder, as DSM-5 has already described, is preoccupied with the fantasies of unlimited power and success. And while he was in the Wesleyan Methodist, we know that he left because the white leadership did not promote black evangelists or ministers. So he did not have that powerful platform to actually influence people at that particular time. And then in 1912, which was, I believe, the turning point of Mgijima, because he began baptizing people in the Kei River. And then this is whereby he announced the fact that he has left the Wesleyan Methodist and joined the Church of God and the Saints of Christ. And also, we find that the evidence that when he actually became part of the Saints of Christ, he rose to the ranks easily and faster due to the fact that he was able to actually attract crowds, and many people followed him to the church because he was able to actually convey the message. And this is what people were looking for. They were looking for hope, and he was giving them the hope in which they were looking for. And we know that him rising to the ranks was not without any clashes. For an example, before his death in 1913, John Msikinya, who was the bishop of the Saints of Christ, had an argument with Mgijima about the fact that Mgijima believed that crowd was speaking about him when he said, "I will die," I quote, "I will die and be buried here, but I will arise in Africa speaking the language of the native people." So, and end quote. I believe that many people, many leaders of the church did not believe him because they thought that he was fabricating the story so that he can rise to the ranks of the leadership in the church. And this is also one of the characteristic of a person with a narcissistic personality disorder, the fact that they are preoccupied with having that excessive power in order to influence people or in order to get the admiration that they need. And we know that when he became bishop, when Msikinya died in 1913, people admired him. And this is emphasized by Menju when he reports that the names in which people gave him, it shows how much they looked up to him, they admired him. And I think that the fact that he was part of, or he came into power because he now became the bishop of the church. He dwelled, or he liked the fact that the people admired him. One of the names in which Menju, or some of the names in which Menju reports that people called him, they called him the watchman, the righteous one of the East, a wise man, a watchman of Israel, the ambassador of the last days. This shows that people who actually followed Mgijima actually admired him. But I also believe that when he, in 1912, when the leaders of the Saints of Christ, before they excommunicated him, they said that his visions were becoming much more violent and violent. I believe that the violence of his vision was a result of how he saw Black people suffering. Therefore, his visions, it's more like his attempt to call on the Black people and give them hope and promise them salvation, which God had promised them. The fact that he grew up in a church, I believe that he ran to God as a way of solution. So, and this we get from the fact that, the fact that he ran to God is elaborated by Edgar, because he ran to God because he was looking for a solution for Black people, because he saw them suffer. I would like to quote from Edgar that at the state of the Africans in 1912, he says that, I quote, "First came the East Coast fever in 1912, which destroyed many thousands of cattle. Then the 1913 Land Act, which elevated a critical land shortage for Africans. Then World War I, and its inflationary spiral and higher taxes, which were particularly burdensome to Africans. Still later, the pandemic of 1918 that killed nearly 1,000 Africans in Queenstown alone, and finally a severe drought in 1919. I believe that he saw how Black people were suffering and how the government of the Union of South Africa was not at all helping Black people. So he ran to what he grew up knowing as giving hope. So he became a prophet. This is when the manifestation of his visions came to being, because he saw how Black people suffered, and Black people actually followed him because they saw him as a beacon of hope. They saw him as the Messiah, the one who was sent by God, because they were also looking for the same hope in which he was looking for. But I do not believe that the Bullhoek massacre or the reaction of the government was a result of the fact that they thought that Mgijima might have been a cult leader. I believe that the massacre was caused by what I call white fear. First, I would like to look at how white people thought of Black people in the 1930s or in the 1910s. Julia Wells explains how white people looked at Black people as a threat in the Orange Free State, when she says that, I quote, one important aspect of the crisis in 1913 was white fear of Black competition in the urban areas. So we know that, and end quote, white people looked at Black people as being a threat. And this is also confirmed by Ngwanya when he quotes one of the Cape Commissioners of African Affairs, who I quote, said that Black nationalist movement, whether political or religious, was a potential rebellion. So whether Mgijima actually took his people or called his people to Bullhoek or not, he was seen as a threat. Why? Because of the amount of following that he had. So already, whether he was not political or political, he was actually a threat to the government of the Union of South Africa. And I think also because the government also knew what Crowdy did in the United States at that time. He the founder of the Saints of Christ, he founded a self-sufficient communal society of Black people in the United States which owned their own land, operated their own industries, had their own schools, and had homes for the orphaned and the aged. I think the government looked at Mgijima and his following of Black people and the message in which he was sending to Black people, that Black people at that time could be independent financially as well as socially, away from the government. And this greatly threatened the government at that time. So with the pressure that he got, I think that the government got also from the white farmers, because there is evidence that a white farmer actually killed 3 of the Israelites because he thought that they were actually there to steal his livestock. Actually, where else they were actually there to look for cattle feed. So I think that the white farmers also were pressurizing the government to act because they felt threatened by Mgijima and the self-sufficient communal community of Black people in which he had established. And this, the threat, I would like to quote this from the Vigilance Committee of Queenstown, which represented the farmers and the residents of Queenstown. And the letter in which they wrote to the government after the massacre, and I quote, it says, "We were impatient and at times exasperated and at the patience and the forbearance of the government authorities in clearing the lawbreakers." So, end quote. So I think that not only did white people feel threatened, but also the government wanted to send a message to Black people that they could not be independent away from them, because them being financially and socially independent threatened the prosperity of white people or white citizens of the Union of South Africa at that particular time. And I think white fear is also understudied, especially around the world, because if we look at South Africa today, there is actually a claim that there is a white genocide happening. And this comes from white farmers who are saying that they are being targeted because they are white. This is a white fear. And we know that with history, white fear has resulted in many Black people dying, such as the Tulsa Massacre, which Robert Edgar has already spoken about. So I think that white fear was the sword that pierced the spirit of the Israelites and therefore resulting in the Bulhoek massacre. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. I like the fact that right at the beginning, you did say that your own parents who come from that area do not know much about this. And it is important that you as a young historian are getting into it, and we can only preserve this memory if both the young and the old know about it. I'm very excited that you chose to speak to us today, Lerato. May you continue in your research. I want to call upon another young scholar who is at the University of Pretoria. His name is Ivanaisha Ernest Nyamutsamba, and Ivanaisha is a third-year student doing law here. He's also a radio broadcaster, and he has chosen to speak to us on the topic of the significance of the Bulhoek massacre in South African church history. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. A pleasant good morning to all who are tuned in to this momentous occasion of intellectual stimulation and interaction. All protocols observed. May I take a fraction of this juncture to give my warm thank you to my creator who has nestled me to this point in time, the organizers of this esteemed meeting, the panel of esteemed intellectuals, my mother, Ma Helen, my faculties, humanities and law, including my amazing lecturers, my colleagues at Tax FM, and everyone who has supported me through my trying journeys. Thank you. Our paper is titled An Investigation of the Bulhoek Massacre in South African Church History. I might take a moment right now to show you some of the slides. So as you can see here, it says the Bulhoek Massacre Remembered, right? And then we're going to move to the next one, presented by Ioannis Ernest Nyamutsamba. Topic, an investigation of the significance of the Bulhoek, Massacre in South African church history. Aims of the topic. This topic is investigating a minute contribution of the Bulhoek massacre that happened on 24 May 1921, understanding the Africanization of Christianity as a means to comprehend introduced in Eurocentric Christian norms in South Africa. And these are the aims. The focus of this presentation is based upon the traditional African churches, Christian churches, right, of pre-independence South Africa. These are the churches such as the Zion Christian Church, the Israelites, the Methodist Church, Anglican Church, among other churches of pre-independent South Africa. The research seeks to expand and bring to light the contribution of Christian churches within the South African community along following tangents of epistemology, anthropology, historicity, theology, sociology, and African traditional religion. When did the massacre occur? It occurred on this day, 24 May 1921, after there was a disagreement and a misunderstanding between the Jan Smuts government and the Israelites led by Enoch Mgijima. 167 people were killed, 129 were wounded, and 95 were arrested from the Xhosa community. The massacre happened at the village of Mtabelanga. It was a dispute over land plus a lot of factors. Areas of conflict: land, people, religion, culture, law, and knowledge. Key words, we have investigation, significance, church, history, and all of those ones. And there's a picture of Enoch Mgijima. I shall get into the paper. This paper seeks to explore and engage critically on the historicity of the Bulhoek massacre that occurred on this day exactly 100 years ago. The idea behind the investigation is to magnify the key role played by independent South Africa, by pre-independent South African churches. An institution contributed to the independence of South Africa, paying a humble recognition also to fellow institutions that fashioned South Africa's independence. However, admittingly, as a nation, we still have a long way to go until we witness, understand, and appreciate the total emancipation of the South African intellectually, economically, and spiritually. Hence, this investigation orbits around examining the significance of the Bulhoek massacre along the tangent of South African church history. I shall begin. Persons such as Enoch Mgijima were critically questioning the racist European interpretation of Christianity. This means that the institution itself, as a vehicle to dominate and control the African, yet it discusses and embraces the philosophy of peace, tolerance, and love. The Europeans' pursuit of conquest resulted in the expropriation and exploitation of the persons of color within South Africa. It is a known fact that the laws that we know to date that pass right through the Commonwealth community, the pillars are English law, the Roman Dutch law. Their nature emanates from the Judeo-Christian philosophy, as the Bible was tinkered and edited by Constantine and others to best meet the interests of their ideals and philosophies that in nature did not appreciate nor recognize the persons of color. Furthermore, it has been tinkered and structured and motivated at best to serve the fairer-skinned architects of this so-called modern world. The Europeans' unfortunate biased interpretation of the sacred text had an avalanching negative domino effect on institutions such as the ideals of human rights, or Ubuntu, or UNU. A basic social contract that every human being under the sun is expected and entitled to pursue their own desired path of self-determination in the case of the Israelites led by Enoch Mgijima. The unfortunate abuse and misinterpretation of the Holy Bible, fused and influenced by the warrior mind, in quotes, birthed and introduced both sides of the society the racist intent of the interpretation of the Holy Bible. Go ye therefore and make disciples of all nations, Matthew 28 verse 19. Since the conquerors had already lodged a messianic and demigod-like authority, anyone who would veer off course of establishing their God-entitled quest will be dealt with decisively, as what we had witnessed on the 24th of May, 1921, in which this is what we are commemorating and yet we are witnessing to this day and age. In the investigation thus far, one of the fundamentals that make up a society is land, which has a positive influence on the formulation and the creation of a religious system that is designed specifically to the inhabitants of that unique territory. A case in such would be the African Traditional Religion, or ATR, which drew its inspiration from its surroundings, that is nature. This means that we would witness the African in as much as it has been introduced to the new God. The African passively resists the new God, then constructs the new God in accordance to its interpretation and how their old God would communicate with its subjects. You can take the African out of Africa, but you cannot take Africa out of the African. I would like to show you what I mean by that. There's a picture of Marcus Garvey, Credo Vusamazulu, Credo Mutwa. And yes, this is what I mean by you can take the African out of Africa, but you cannot take Africa out of the African. This consciously means examining the concept of worship in Africa. We use cowskin drums, rattles, worship outside, being one with nature, being in the mountains, close to the rivers rather, in the plain, right? We communicate and preach the word of God, all right, the sacred text in our own vernacular tongue. The singing is not homogeneous. Anyone can start a song and everyone follows. A sign that shows that in the eyes of the African, even in the African Christian God, that there harbours an egalitarian order as compared to the European approach. Therefore, one of the findings in this investigation is that within the eyes of the Africanized form of Christianity belief, it is at a level pegging. No one is above the other. A concern that has the similar ideals also to the concept of handling trials. Everyone is equal. That is to say that there is no one sitting on an elevated position. Hence, South African churches echoed the ideals of egalitarianism. This then meant that persons such as Enoch Mgijimi, when they had the communication of the old God, of the world coming to an end, rather, in 1907, as an instrument, he was communicating what the African God was telling him to do. That is the preparation and the emancipation of the Israelites from the looming doom. Hence, we witness in Ntabelanga being transformed into a heaven where black emancipation would begin. For the God of Enoch Mgijimi knew and understood that the black person is the fuel and fire of capitalism, and if the black person is not emancipated through total 100% ownership of their own destiny, they would be exposed to the trap of becoming pedagogies of the system. A deduction that was noted in the investigation through the establishment of the heaven that was of Enoch Mgijimi's God had noted that the black people do not own time. Black people lived on borrowed time, a commodity that has been loaned to the African community to this day. The Israelites God was preparing its followers to be able to own time and to be able to be innovative and solve problems for the black people. A stance that was not appreciated by the Union government, that had one determination of controlling black people for the benefit of their own community at the expense of the black community. What the investigation noted was that South African churches were questioning how and when will the black person will be allowed to attend their own societal needs the same way the European has been given the opportunity to develop over a century-plus generational wealth. Thus, we can note that Enoch Mgijimi's attempt was dabbling on a plethora of cases or such as economic independence of the Israelites, subsequently resulting to the rest of the South Africans, even to this day. His questioning is still relevant. Is the South African economically free to be able to leave generational wealth? A question that is being posed to the gatekeepers of the system. Thus, we can note that free thinkers in any society are not allowed to exist. The system will naturally delete them from the face of the earth, the same system that we have witnessed with the Israelites a century ago. If we track down also within the Bible, the book of Amos, the book of Hosea, both prophets were discussing about the plight of the persons who were in the minority sectors of the community, but they were ostracized and they were attacked, and the system sought to delete them. The same situation that we are witnessing with the same incident that happened a century ago. Thus, we can note that, free thinkers in any society are not allowed to exist. The system will naturally delete them from the face of the earth. In this case, this is what we are witnessing, a case in submission, August 16, 2012, the Marikana Massacre. The Africans sought to ask a mere 12,500 rands. The critique and reasoning of the African was met with swift suppression by the system. The same way the Union government resolved to attack the Israelites, resulting in the tragic death of Enoch Mgijima's followers. Land plays a vital role in the homogenization of a people's identity. Land creates a symbiotic relationship with the belief system of any group. Any form of conquest is first and foremost hinged and focused on taking control of the land, which is the means of total control of the means of production. After controlling the means of production, this then means controlling the education, laws, beliefs. The list is endless. The Bulhoek massacre introduces us to a typical battle of ideas and hearts and destiny. In this case, Enoch Mgijima is claiming that he had a vision from God, that the world is coming to an end. His prophecy was misinterpreted and misunderstood and ignored because he is black. The label of black people being dumb, dull, and stupid blanketed his stance or reasoning. What can be understood in Mgijima's understanding, it can be understood that he was foretelling the ending of the world of the South African. In the sense that the South African shall be denied access to the means and control of the resources. The ending of the world can be witnessed and interpreted that the epistemological factory for the black South African will be at a greater threat. As I was preparing this paper and discussing with a few associates of mine, many of them do not know about this day. Therefore, Enoch Mgijima is critically questioning how societies, or should I say, how we are trying to tackle the key fundamental aspects of manufacturing information so that persons who have been disenfranchised by the system can be allowed to free to critically engage on key issues. The ending of the world, according to Enoch Mgijima, meant that the state shall take a snail's pace in addressing the largely debated Section 25 of the Constitution. The prophecy of Enoch Mgijima conferred the struggles of the black person in this paying attention in contemporary times within law school. There has been calls for the adoption of Afro-legal philosophers, as it has been turning out that the law itself, in its nature, is too European and too Western. Thus, in many cases, it has created a disparity within the whole system in itself, let alone the custodians of the legal profession are being critiqued by the church. In the sense, we are the ones who are studying the law. We have a social contract and responsibility in addressing the titanic system so as to assist communities that feel they are not protected by the laws themselves. Therefore, in one's observation, South African churches during the pre-independence can be understood and considered and appreciated as institutions that raised critical questioning or held the voice of reasoning in accordance to the state of South African past, present, and future. Furthermore, what can be understood from Mgijima's point of departure as a member of the South African churches is that from an anthropological point of departure, the ideas are not synonymous with one race. Ideas are fluid. Ideas come at about when the subject has been exposed to a moment of discomfort. in order to address the anomaly that they are witnessing and experiencing. In that moment, solutions start to bubble. They emerge in accordance to the demands of the problems that would evolve in that moment or in space. In this case, in the attempt of establishing Tabelanga as a haven for the emancipated black people within South Africa, religion plays an important role within the African space of leaders, contributing to the mental state of any community, as they are the leaders of the people. This is evident that Enoch Mgijime had a huge following. The Africanization of Christianity, which is the area of investigation. And this paper draws to one to understand the following. ATR did not die in Africa with the introduction of Christianity. The practice of ancestral worship within the continent morphed itself to meet the invasive practice and pacify the burning desire of the African to connect with itself, with its original God, that is to say, the old God. What we are witnessing in this investigation is that there is a battle of gods. The black person is permitted to structure and understand his world in accordance to what they see and interpret the text in accordance to their own experiences. The battle of the old God versus the new God, the white God versus the black God, the warrior-minded God versus the mother-minded God. What it all means is that ATR carried two sentiments, the two mindsets, the warrior God and the mother mind, and has been submitted by Vusama Zulu Credo Mutkwa, the awakening of the mother mind. In the sense, the investigation leads one to note that the arrival of the European God, a God that is structured to take and give back, a little or to none. In one's view, in one's perspective, in one's submission of remembering the Bulhoek massacre, it raises the critical questioning as it focuses on understanding the plight of the black person. And this is what I managed to discover and investigate in this paper. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivanashe. You gave us a very spirited, very energetic presentation. We will change gears, and in the next segment, we have Panashe Chigumadzi and Advocate Tembeka Ngugaitobi, Putumi Ntabeni and others coming up soon. But what we want to do now is to take a 5-minute break, just to go grab a cup of coffee and come back in 5 minutes, because we don't want people to go away for too long. Just grab your cup. I'm going to do exactly the same, and in 5 minutes I'll be sitting here so that we continue with the rest of the program. Welcome back. We are continuing with our program, Ascension for a Worldless People, on the global resonance of Jerusalem in time of cataclysm. That is the topic that will be addressed by Panashe Chigumadzi. Panashe is the author of the historical memoir, These Bones Will Rise Again. It was shortlisted for the 2019 Alan Paton Prize for Nonfiction. She is also the author of Sweet Medicine, which was published in 2015, winner of the 2016 Silodeka Literary Award. She is currently completing her PhD at Harvard University at the Department of African and African American Studies, I suppose. Panashe, good to see you, and over to you.
Hi. Thank you. So I should state outright that my talk comes out of a time when I felt really homesick, being stuck here in the United States during the pandemic and the world-ending time of both the pandemic as well as the George Floyd protests. And then having to really hone myself through song and music. And that really had me think, well, what is part of the genius of South African music and our musical traditions? And of course, at that time, there was my homeboy, as I'd like to call him, I don't know if you'd agree, Master KG, who is also from Limpopo, his song Jerusalema as a song of homecoming. And I think of it as sonic homing. So this is a piece that's an excerpt of a much longer exploration of Black diasporic or Afro diasporic longings for home through the Exodus and Jerusalem metaphor. So what I'll be presenting today is Ascension for a Worldless People on Jerusalem's global resonance in a time of cataclysm. The two epigraphs that I choose for today are Ilizwe Lifile, The World is Dead, the indigenous lament and battle cry during the wars of dispossession in the lands now known as South Africa between 1779 and 1879. Another one from the Caribbean poet or the Jamaican poet Ishan Hutchison called, or Sibyllus and Mali, where he says, history is dismantled music, music dismantles history. On the morning of May 24, 1921, the South African state executed their first police massacre against a Black Jerusalem. 163 Black Israelites dead in 20 minutes. A century later, Master KG and Nomcebo Zikode's Jerusalema, the South African song that went viral across the globe in the world-ending time of pandemic, is a pursuit of sonic homing by the son of a people long exiled at home. It is the ecstatic, exilic song of a people who have so ached and struggled for a new home, for a new world, that they have given their lives for it. Jerusalema is an Afro-ascendant or an ascendant Afro-Atlantic song of Zion. And in the portal of global dispossession COVID has opened, it has resonated with a globe of people homesick for the world. Part 1, Ilizwe Lifile, sounding the cry of worldlessness. Awakening on Friday morning of June 20th, 1913, the South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth. So began ANC Secretary Soap Blaiki's classic Native Life in South Africa, a reflection of Black life, death, and dispossession in the wake of the late Native Land Act. Inspired in part by W.E.B. Du Bois's social strivings under dispossession. Blaikie testified, to be a pariah in the land of your birth is to live the spiritually disorienting paradox of exile at home. Black people, then as now, are pariahs of the world. Black people are, in a word, homeless. Half a century later, Kamal Braithwaite would ask questions of this exilic nature of Black homelessness. Where then is the inwards home? Here or in heaven? Will exile never end? With no home, we are condemned to a wandering spectral existence, haunting the world. More devastating than the homelessness that spools from Native Life's famous first line, Blaikie confronted more cosmologically devastating questions after encountering the wandering Khobadi couple stricken by the loss of their infant who had just succumbed to the privations of their landless life. The deceased child had to be buried, but where, when, and how? Close quote. Amidst the grief of eviction, the young wandering Black family condemned to fugitive existence on the public roads, open quotes, the only places in the country open to the outcasts if they are possessed of a traveling permit, close quotes, could not even write the cosmic aberration of a child's death. With no land, they could not bury and return the child to their ancestors. They had no place on earth. Where, when, and how to live. Where, when, and how to die. Questions of spatial, temporal alienation that haunt Black being in the world. More than questions of landlessness, more than questions of homelessness, these are questions of worldlessness. To have no place to live nor to be buried, to have no place to be alive nor to be dead, to have no place to be in the world. This is to say what Mahani Chabani called being Black in the world is the state of worldlessness. Ilizwe lifile, the world is dead. Our people cried during the 100 Years' Wars of Dispossession preceding the Land Act, sounding a cosmological rupture that reverberates across generations. Long after settler colonial conquest dispossessed us of the fathers conscripted as mine boys and farm boys who picked and plowed the fabulous wealth that would never reach their own tables. It dispossessed us of the mothers who were conscripted as the house girls who raised white children who grew to despise us and them. It is this South Africa's systematic spatial dispossession of Black people, the systematic dispossession or separation of Black families that subsidized the apartheid economy, that first compelled South Africa's Marxists to confess the existence of the term that has come to define this global Black Lives Matter, racial capitalism. While the Marxists could quantify the material crisis before us, they could not qualify our deep spiritual and existential crisis. Finding its genesis in the 15th century epoch in which Africans were first singled out as singularly unique or fit for capture and conscription into labor, racial capitalism is the bedrock of the wounded kinship that simultaneously separates and sutures both Africa and Afro-diaspora. In the wake of the 1913 Land Act, South Africa's most revered Black composer, Reuben Tolakele Taluza, sounded the cry of Black wilderness and wounded kinship in Silusapo or Eland Act, published in 1913 or recorded in 1913, which for a time was the anthem of the African National Congress before Nkosi Sikelel Africa replaced it. Translated in English, we cry for the children of our fathers who roam around the world without a home, even in the land of our ancestors. If you Google it, you can find a recording of this song, or at least the 1930 recording of this 1913 song. Already, Taluza's anguished cry of worldlessness had sounded the South African blues that legendary jazz icon Jonas Gwangwa described so in 1990. If you listen carefully to all South African music, the cry is there. I don't care whether you raise the tempo. You could raise the tempo, but when it starts playing, that lament is there. Lament. I hear it. I hear it. Today, if we listen carefully, we can still hear the wounded cry of Black worldlessness. Black people continue to cry out that we have no land to live, no land to bury at a time when white South Africans, 9% of the population, hold 72% of the land, while we, Black people, 79% of the population hold 1%. We remain worldless. And poet Monghani Wale Serote's lament, 40 years old now, still haunts us. It is only in our memory that this is our land. Today, 15 seasons in, Kumbulukaya, Remember Home, a reality show attempting to gauze and stitch our wounded kinship, that is to say, that to remember Black homes dismembered by dispossession is a compulsory Wednesday night fixture in Black homes across this post-apartheid South Africa. That Kumbulukaya, a televisual truth and reconciliation process of the soul, is just as, if not more popular than the best of our soapies, as our national confession that our wounded kinship, our deep longing to Kumbulukaya, to remember or remember home, haunts our emotional universe. If our people cried, "Ilizwe lifile," it was because it was not only that Black people suffered a social death, but the land, indeed the world, suffered death too. The land haunts our memory, and in turn, we haunt the land's memory. Ilizwe lifile, our people declared the end of the world as they waged war on the new world order that thrust worldlessness on them. It is not only Black life in need of remembering, the world itself needs remembering too. So it was that before there was Soweto 1976, before Sharpeville 1960, there was Bullhoek 1921, and I should add, before Marikana 2012. The South African state massacred 163 Black people who had created their new Jerusalem, Ndabelanga, the mountain of the rising sun. It was called by the Israelites, the faithful of Xhosa Christian prophet Eno Mgijima. Towards 1912's end, Mgijima received his prophetic vision of the world's end as a minister in the African-American founded Church of Saints and Gods, in the era in which the Ethiopianist wave of independent Black churches crashed across the Atlantic and onto the shores of Southern Africa's settler colonies. Princes shall come out of Egypt, Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hand unto God. Psalm 68:31. As a global backlash to emancipation swept the post-slavery world into segregation and the dawn of what I call apartheid modernity, the Ethiopian prophecy of African redemption inspired Black religious and political independence the world over. If, as Albert Robertow, former scholars of African-American religious history, declared that Psalm 68:31 is without a doubt the most quoted verse in religious history, then there's arguably no more important biblical verse in Afro-Atlantic history than the Ethiopian prophecy. Without Psalm 68:31, there would be no pan-Negroism, Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, or Black nationalism as we know it today. Men and women as varied as Henry McNeil Turner, Charlotte Maxeke, Sol Plaatje, Amy Jacques Garvey, and Marcus Garvey owe themselves to Ethiopianism's Afro-Atlantic vision. Africa for the Africans, the Ethiopians declared in the Black religious call and response between Africa and Afro-diaspora. At the turn of the 20th century's dawn of apartheid modernity, what settler colonial authorities called the Ethiopian Scare formed one of the crests or the crest of one of the most remarkable confluences of African Afro-diasporic histories. For a brief historical moment, the Ethiopianist movement stood at the center of one of the most dynamic popular movements of Black peoples confronting the domination of anxious white Protestant settlers. Together, these histories of oppositional Protestant faiths, what I call a white theology of oppression and domination, anchored in the Exodus narrative of Israelite predestination, and a Black theology of liberation, anchored in the Ethiopian prophecy of African redemption, have both shaped and been shaped by the transatlantic question of race. So it was that on the eve of the Land Act's cataclysm, Mgijima, whose visionary lineage owed itself to Xhosa poets such as Unlele, Unnika, and Nonkause, as well as the Afro-Atlantic world's Ethiopianist movement, prophesied the world's end. To institutionalize his vision, Mgijima seceded from the Wesleyans and cast his lot with the Church of God and Saints. Founded by the formerly enslaved William Saunders Crowdy, a prophet whose life had also been animated by a search for the promised land. Unlike most Ethiopianist churches, the GCSC allowed Mgijima the institutional and theological rupture through which his Exodus-inspired liberation theology could flow. Like the African prophets Isaiah Shembe and Lechanyane of ZCC, Mgijima preached a theology of the land which called for the creation of holy villages, Zion cities, or New Jerusalems, in which their people could create sacred havens in a world devastated by land and spiritual disposition. The Israelites, in the midst of overwhelming Black landlessness, created a wholly autonomous Black settlement. It was a Black world outside of settler control. In other words, an end to the world of Black worldlessness. Reductively understood as a millenarian movement, what Mgijima's Black Israelites was a worlding movement. In the tradition of the Maroon Hill, the Quilombo, the African or the Afro-Atlantic traditions of fugitive worlding, Mgijima's Ndabelanga, his New Jerusalem, was resistance against Black unworlding. Mgijima was worlding possibility outside of a world created by Black worldlessness. This is the meaning of our Jerusalem. This is the Jerusalem that the Israelites cry out for in their hymn, Holy City. Translated in English, I heard a sweet calling, or heard a sweet voice calling, or listen to the sound. It is the voice of an angel that God through his promise has sent down, and he will take me to the city that shall come down from above. And God himself shall dwell with us, and we shall sing redemption song. In the New Jerusalem, won't you come along with us, where God has gone to prepare, or Christ has gone to prepare to the holy city. He then shall reign forever in the bright celestial throne. So it was on the morning of May 24, 1921, the police massacred 163 Black Israelites. At the Israelite trial following the massacre, Judge Graham questioned Israelite Banana Martins. What are you fighting for? What have you got to complain about? We were told that this was a war for freedom, Martins replied. Freedom from what? For the Black people of this country. Aren't they free now? No. A century later, Black people the world over remain unfree. As we mark a century since the South African settler state massacred Mgijima's Black Israelites in the centuries-old war over Jerusalem, is it any wonder that the son of a bloody soil would gift us a world-resounding song called Jerusalema? Part 2, Homing Our Spirit, Jerusalema and the World of House Music. Can I play a song? It's called Jerusalema. Of course, go on, babe. Like the 280 million YouTube viewers and the millions of others who had made it 2020's second most Shazammed song, my Afro-Caribbean Boston family here in the United States, Grandma Yuda, Aunt Shirley, and Baby Lion already knew it. Like the millions of others, they had seen the hashtag Jerusalema Dance Challenge. I proudly explained to my Afro-Caribbean Boston family that Jerusalema is my brother, my Mtasikaya, my homeboy song. That is, Gaugelo Master KG Moahi comes from Limpopo province, the place I came to call home, having moved from neighboring Zimbabwe as a child. True to a well-worn religious cliche, our Limpopo, one of the most poor regions in South Africa, is also one of the most spiritually rich. Although Bedi, Master KG grew up among the Lubedu people whose revered reign queen, Mujaji, has a powerful lineage stretching as far back as 5 centuries back to Great Zimbabwe and the Munumutapa dynasty. Alongside this Lubedu spiritual heritage, Master KG grew up amongst members of the Zion Christian Church, the ZCC, the largest indigenous church movement in Southern Africa, second only to the Church of Jesus Christ on earth. More than a century since founding prophet Lechanyane first received his calling in 1910, the ZCC's powerful fusion of Christian and indigenous spiritual healing, prophecy, and exorcism draws in more than 50 million devotees. Lying roughly halfway between Polokwane, my hometown, and the capital city, and Tsanin, Master KG's hometown, is the almost century-old seat of the ZCC, the holy city of Moriah. Like Jerusalem's mountainous land of Moriah, ZCC's Moriah lies at the base of Mahuba's Kloof Mountains. Each Easter, Polokwane is thrown out of whack for the duration of the ZCC pilgrimage to Moriah. A sea of green and khaki military-style uniforms, berets, police-style hats, the white manyata-nyata boots, and the silver Star of David badges glinting in the sun washes in from across Southern Africa and shores up on Moriah's base at the foot of the Mahuba's Kloof Mountains. When you make the trip between Polokwane and Mahuba's Kloof, you begin to understand spatial apartheid. The true vision of the wars of conquest and the 1913 Native Land Act, Black deprivation, white abundance, clearly lays itself out in the visual landscape. Named for the Afrikaans for Mahuba's Valley in the tradition of conquest, Mahuba's Kloof's bucolic scenes are deceptively calm and peaceful. In 1895, years after a gold rush to the valley, Boer commanders beheaded King Mahoba. Like the revered rainmaker Queen Mujaji, residing further down in the area now known as Mujaji's Kloof, King Mahoba had led his people's resistance against settler land grabs and police tax, press ganging people, or poll taxes, press ganging his people into cheap labor. Decades before the 1913 Land Act ratified their conquest, the Boers dispossessed Makhuba's people of their land in the Fertile Valley and pushed them down into the arid land surrounding the mountain's bottom. Like Ngijima, Lechanyane received a vision on the eve of the Land Act cataclysm that drove him to secede from the Apostolic Faith mission, and by 1929, buy land at the base of the Makhuba's Cliff Mountains from a white farm owner. Worlding Black life free from white settler domination and interference, Lekhanyane's Moria became the ZCC sacred seat upon which millions of the church's faithful continued to descend on the annual Easter pilgrimage. In the same year that he received his vision, colonial administrator Sir John Buchan published his famed Makhuba's Kloof set novel, Prester John, a colonial thriller involving a young Scotsman who valiantly quells the armed Black resistance led by John Laputa, as Zulu minister who has taken the title of Prester John, the legendary king of Ethiopia's independent Christendom. Even as he was allegorized as an Ethiopian prophet, Lekanyane formed part of the Zionist independent churches that followed the Ethiopianist wave. In the wake of military conquest, all of Southern Africa's militant independent African churches refusing spiritual conquest, whether Ngijima's Israelites, the AME Church, or Lekhanyane's ZCC, became a specter in the white settler imaginary, named the Ethiopianist Scare. Ask the man in the street what is the cause of this present native unrest throughout South Africa, the Rhodesia Herald's Friday 20 April edition reporting during the 1906 Bambata uprising, the armed struggle to be staged for decades, and he will unhesitatingly reply, Ethiopianism. Although the ZCC remains enigmatic and officially politically neutral, a fact belied by the tradition of sitting presidents attending the annual Easter pilgrimage and paying homage to the bishop, an aestheticized militarism saturates the ZCC's sonic, somatic, and sartorial realms of faith. Like the ZCC's Black theological transformation of Western theology through indigenous African spiritualities, the ZCC transforms Christian hymnody through the indigenous drum and reed-based Minoaseto Gibakarinaka performance repertoires of Limpopo province, in a process that the music scholar and musician Jeff Mapaya calls African music making, that is made distinctive by its rough edge, as he calls it. That is, the ZCC's freedom to make music through what he calls the oral approach that, unlike the so-called polished music of the mainline churches, does not wince at what Western-trained musicians may regard as sour notes, botched codes, and off-key vocals. As Mapaya writes, where Western music holds the beat as the temporal unit of a composition, indicating the up-down of the conductor's hand, African performers have a different perception of the beat. They do not base their beat or their music on the beat. Even in Giba, a big drum that beats regular pulse, is dominant in the drum section, the singing and the dance rhythms cut across it. Giba dancers use their feet for dancing rather than stomping in regular time to the beat. For men, the dance moves more or less emulate the trampling as if they were punishing the earth with acrobatic solo improvisations. This is the basis of the ZCC's African Christian music making, shared universally across Africa and Afro-diaspora. The aesthetic philosophy of African music making, which is also to say the aesthetic philosophy of Black musicking, suturing Africa and Afro-diaspora, dictates that the sonic is inseparable from the somatic. Sahosha gilerule, the Sepedi idiom goes, of song is dust. A song is known by the dust that it raises, or it is not a song. In other words, what constitutes a song is performance. A song does not exist outside of this performance. There is therefore no distinction between dance, song, and the music. They are all part of this sonic idea. In Black musicking, the true aesthetic beauty of Hosha lies in its layered meanings as not just song, but song dance. According to our Black music aesthetics, sound is somatic. That is, it is of the body. Black music is Black somatic sound. That is, Black music is not made for dance, but with and through dance. Black musicking, therefore, demands that the song's proof is in the dust. Of song is dust, of song is dance. More so, Black music holds it that a song that is a performance is made beautiful by the dress and props that it employs. Following these principles of Black music aesthetics, the ZCC's performative appropriations of police and military aesthetics in the epoch of settler colonial military conquest bespeak a past in which performances were mostly to celebrate hunting and military victory. Where in the past, in the face of warfare, the skin or the head of the beast signified hunting success or military victory, today, in the wake of ongoing settler colonial domination, military uniforms anticipate and signify symbolic, spiritual, and physical triumphs over the world of domination. And so from Zion City Moriah's summit, we will see throngs of ZCC female choirs clad in police-like khaki and green uniform, adorned with a badge and star emblem, chanting and clap as they sound the longing for ascension by the worldless in popular hymns of biblical deliverance of the Israelites from bondage in songs such as Dinogeng Tsa Babyloni by the rivers of Babylon. All male Ngedi choirs, uniformed in beret, gabardine jackets, kilts, and black polished boots, perform acrobatic, syncretized Bedi choreography to hymns such as Ariyenko Moriah, Let Us Go to Moriah. When it's time for the Mkuku, place of shelter in Sepedi, khaki-suited police-capped men in circles, knees tucked in, jump high into the heavens and throw the full force of their bodies down into stomping the evil out of the world with their manyata-nyata boots. With each stomp, dust lifts, the earth trembles. With each stomp, the world trembles. All through the night, they jump and stomp the ground with the urgency of their achings for a place of shelter for a new world. Without rest, they jump and stomp for a new world with the urgency and unity and discipline of a dust drill for Zion. And at midnight, every night, men and women get together and Poho breaks out into a world-ascending rhythmic spiral, dancing, clapping, dust-raising anti-clockwise to the beat of Pesalomi, or the psalm drum, Isgubu, as they call it, until the world trembles and we're all taken by the spirit. The ZCC's high-jumping, dust-raising drills of spiritual struggle finds its mirrors in the high-stepping dust drill of Southern African armed struggle, the Doi Doi. The Doi Doi finds its genesis in part in the translation and transposition of the military drills of ZAPU, or the Zimbabwe African People's Unions, or guerrillas undertook in Algerian, Tanzanian, and Zambian camps at the onset of their armed struggle. In the shared camps and bases of their joint campaigns against settlers regimes, ZAPU cadres or veterans of Umkhonto we Sizwe learned the Doi Doi. So it spread throughout Southern Africa, ever present in the contestation against settler rule. Hai, asibasabi, hai, siyabafuna. Do Doi Doiers dance their own singing, or do they sing to their own dancing? Of song is dance, of song is dust, of song is tear gas, of song is baton, of song is blood, of song is bullet. Then as now, to Doi Doi is to confront and contest the grounds of dispossession, to contest the grounds of our worldlessness. To Doi Doi, to high step and stomp the ground is to create the sonic somatic vehicle for the rhythm and sound of Black being in unison, to create the rhythm and sound of Black being in unison against the world, to create the rhythm and sound of Black being united in the struggle to end the world. Then as now, as it will be, to Doi Doi is to create the rhythm and sound of a new world. Siyabafuna, asibasabi. Facing the bullet, the Doi Doi's rhythm propels us into the death-dealing confrontation with the world. Facing the bullet, the Doi Doi's rhythm propels us into a world-ending possibility. There is no greater euphoria. It is this world-ascending spirit of militant Black independence that resounds in the famed ZCC brass band's rendition of their hymn, Jerusalem. It is this triumphant sound of ascension from worldlessness that you hear in Master KG's house rendition. Opening with Isgubu, the heavy looping drum bass lays the ground for our ascension before the synth percussion layered under Zikode's low voice lifts us up into the exilic folks or souls of Black folk, into an ascendant ode to the emotional politics of Black exile and our longing for a promised land. Like the ZCC's Jerusalem, Master KG's Jerusalem offers itself as an ecstatic sonic liturgy on the resonance of the Old Testament to Black believers unworlded the world over. Launched into the world at the time of global cataclysm in which Black breath can no longer be taken for granted, whether due to the murderous neglect and mismanagement of global healthcare systems or to the slow and murderous push of a policeman's boot, Jerusalem resonated with our urgent and ancient longings for a home in which we can simply be. Jerusalem bears witness to our spiritual strivings under worldlessness. Jerusalem is then the lyric of a pariah, a lyric of the landless, a lyric of the homeless, a lyric of the worldless, a lyric for the homesick for the world. This is to say, Jerusalem, a song of the times, a song of the ages, is an Afro-Atlantic song of Zion. Even with its recognizable 4-to-the-floor house tempo, circa 120 beats per minute, accompanied by Zikore's auto-tune replacing choral alto, Jerusalem is an Afro-Atlantic song of Zion, drenched in tradition of the incredibly Tamanyalo wedding songs genre of Limpopo, a genre that, while firmly rooted in the joys and perils of the marriage institution, has begun to broach commentary on social, political, and economic questions of our time, that is, the past in the present. Ingeniously, Jerusalem sounds out the Black world from its roots and roots of its local genre, Tamanyalo, which, without much formal mainstream backup, sits comfortably in the local music and community of practices, negotiating roles and space within the ZCC's Minawasetso community or sonic repertoire, and the rest of the range of mainstream genres performed during weddings, hosheng, and other communal gatherings. In fact, given that now elder dance troupes dance to Tamanyalo in gatherings, clad in the ever-evolving attire of Bapedi, Tamanyalo is now ordained as an electronic now extension of Minawasetso, just as its house has its development from the mid-1990s. South Africa has evolved as an electronic now expansion of the broad spectrum of historic Southern African sonic repertoires based on isigubu, or what the African Zionist churches refer to in Zulu as the drum beat. As such, in that 4-to-the-floor, Jerusalem is grounded in a polyphony that references the music of Limpopo Kabupara. With this Southern African polyphony, interpreted or interpolated through North American 4-to-the-floor, Jerusalem performs a universalism of house that originated in Chicago warehouse clubs in the 80s and were first interpolated locally by pioneering South African DJs such as Oskido through his aptly named popular compilation series, Church Grooves, while seething through the global madness of appropriation by autonomously speaking to Blackness as the call and response between Africa and Afro-diaspora. Like the ZCC's hugely popular gospel series or releases, 2019's South African Music Awards once again snubbed our Limpopo stars, Master KG, Shoma Jozi, Makadzi, King Monada, whose songs sounded from Cape to Kara and back. For us Limpopo people, chafing from our continual dismissal and ridicule as the poor country bumpkins of the country, Master KG's global success is the ultimate vindication. What brings these sounds together is the spirituality. It is that base in isigubu. Isigubu, the dance or the drum beat, the cow skin has a frequency, a rhythm that mimics a circadian heart rhythm. My dear friend Ngobezita Ndlovu said as we communed over our love of house and shared this memory in the hearth of his family home. That's why we have drums at every ceremony in our sebenzis, our ancestral ceremonies. My dad used to play a drum and dance with amahlai, those leather leg braces that make the same hissing sound that a handheld shake acoustic bead instruments nowadays make. I remember him warming up the cowskin drums by the fire to loosen it up, almost tuning it. I was 5 and he didn't do it enough for me to know what it was about. I just relished or used to relish the beat and seeing my old man dance. Because the only time I'd see him happy, because this was the only time that I'd see him happy. My mom didn't mind either because he was communing with his ancestors and mom's was raised on Jesus, you see. I do see, yes. Church, the house in which we home our spirits. It doesn't matter what your ancestor or it doesn't matter your ancestor or the Holy Ghost. You better catch it. Church, the house in which we home our spirits, house, the sonic realm in which we home our spiritual powers. At its best, our house production, bass, sound beats, sound system, drum progressions, swings, synth percussion, and distinctive time signatures epitomizes the unfuckwithable beauty of African spiritual sensibilities transferred via 120 beats per minute, 128 kbps, and 198 beats per minute electronic sound waves. In the reverberating echo chambers of African Afro-diaspora, the transition from cow-skin to Casio drum machine is techno-transposed Black spiritual power. Isgubu is the sonic spiritual suture between Africa and Afro-diaspora. In this call and response, we might ask, House of Africa or Africa in House? House is undeniably Black, just as much as the blues, jazz, rock, techno, hip hop have been hijacked and co-opted by American imperial marketing wizardry. House music made by Black people in Africa, much like what Eileen Ipueo argue about Soap Likey's work in interpolating W.E.B. Du Bois' Souls of Black Folk, is reparatory. The Black sonic reparation reverberating between Africa and Afro-diaspora is not antagonistic, it is generative. As visual artist and scholar Rangwato Hlasani writes, the title Hasimo Statesmo, Sesotho for This Is Not the United States of America, is borrowed from the Brothers of Peace's Ugai Malao and can be heard in Questa's Spirit, featuring an African or Nigerian American rapper, Wale. The contribution in itself, a deepening and complication of the states of the phrase Hasimo Statesmo. It is a statement that highlights the solidarities, contradictions, ambivalences, and ambiguities of Africa and its sonic diasporas. It articulates a position that may read and sound as antagonistic, while in its essence represents an affective or unaffective affinity and a collective recognition of shared struggle. In our shared Black struggles, strummed together into reverberating echo chambers, the sonic flows between Africa and Afro-diaspora are endless and multi-directional, sounding out our spiritual strivings across the Atlantic. Our sonic music mirrors our somatic flows. I'm concluding, yes, last line.
Panache, could I ask you to wrap up? Because yes, we've gone a little bit way over time. If you could just wrap it up for us, please,
perfect. The last sentence. Perfect. In our shared Black struggles, strummed together into reverberating echo chambers, the sonic flows between Africa and Afro-diaspora are endless and multi-directional, sounding out our spiritual strivings across the Atlantic. Our sonic flows mirror our somatic flows, the historic and global movement of Black people and the ideas and cosmologies they carry on their arrivals, departures, and returns over vast periods of time, a loop of space and silence that reverberates and echoes across the Afro-Atlantic. On the wave of these endless flows, Jerusalem offers itself as an Afro-Atlantic song of Zion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panache. Sorry that I had to interrupt, but I know that we will have that paper of yours included in the publication that is coming, so people will have the opportunity to hear you out completely. But thank you for making the connections between Silu Swapola, Se Africa, and Jerusalem. You know, those connections are quite important. So thank you very much. And I want to move directly. And after this, I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Bongani Ngulunga, to take over. But first, I introduce to you Advocate Tembega Ngugaitobi. Tembega Ngugaitobi is a lawyer. He writes legal history, Black intellectual thought, and he also writes on land and the origins of constitutionalism in South Africa. He is the author of 2 books, both of which are excellent, which books combine his interest in law, land, and the Constitution. Tembega, over to you.
Thank you, Professor, and I'm very pleased to be here. I should just declare upfront, I am not the one who said both of those books are excellent, but I'm happy to take the compliment. My paper is the trial of Enoch Gijima, and I know that he was not the only one on trial. There were 141 of them that were put on trial. The South African judiciary, or rather legal system, has a long and discredited history. A departure point is to recognize the complicity of the law in colonial conquest. Our system of precedents means that lawyers, robed as judges, can make pronouncements that constitute binding judicial determinations, binding everyone, politicians and non-politicians alike. When we had parliamentary sovereignty, this didn't matter too much. Judicial determinations could be overturned by legislation according to prevailing political sensibilities. Yet the problem was always that if the ruling class was morally corrupt, such as the apartheid state, the laws of parliament would themselves reflect the corruption. One would then be entitled to look at the judges as a counterpoint. Yet our history is littered with examples of a complicit judiciary in the formation and consolidation of the colonial state. I should make it clear now, upfront, that it is not my argument. I'm not making the simplistic point that law is merely a pretense for the ruling political and economic elites. Those constructions of the law, usually attributed to Marxist understandings of the role of law in society, are no longer adequate explanations for the law in society. In a groundbreaking study, Whigs and Hunters, The Origin of the Black Act, published in 1975, the British historian E.P. Thompson showed the abuses of what he called a bad law drawn by bad legislators and enlarged by interpretations of bad judges. Yet his thesis was that the Black Act of 1773, a statute of the British Parliament which sanctioned by death the crimes of poaching and the cutting of trees, was intended to protect the interests of the land-owning elite against the landless. Although he succeeded in his theoretical exposition, he resisted class triumphalism. He rejected the temptation to conclude that law was a mere pale reflection of the desires of the ruling class. In a final chapter, which comprised 11 pages, only 11 pages, Thompson astonished his Marxist friends when he defended the rule of law, describing it as an unqualified public good. How? How could this be so? Thompson focused on how the formal law, camouflaged as justice, came to displace traditional norms of justice against the interests of the persons on whom it was imposed. Yet at the same time, this law constrained the powers of its sponsors, the ruling elites. Thus, there is a paradox here. Sometimes law resists a capture into a single norm. But to understand its full scope and impact, we must recognize its shifting uses between the hegemonic and non-hegemonic forces. And it is this unique attribute of the law that has endeared it to the colonizers and the colonized alike. It promises neutrality, the idea that everyone counts, everyone is equal before the law. It promises to treat everybody the same. And that promise, the promise that one's gender, race, class, social origin, ethnicity, count for nothing in the eyes of the law, is a deeply attractive notion. So we should take Thompson seriously. South Africa for itself, as the political entity, is a relatively new one, created only in 1909, and the act itself having been passed the following year in 1910. Starting the period 1910 to 1920 in the establishment or consolidation of the South African state shows the institutionalization of the racial order, entailing the fundamental transformation of all aspects of society, reflective often of the prejudices of the influential leaders of society, people like Jan Smuts, Barry Hertzog, and Louis Botha. While they all had their disagreements about the future of South Africa, their opinion on the native question was clear. South Africa belonged to the white man, And here is my thesis, a key institution that legitimated the racial political order was the institution of the law. Notions such as the meaning of private property, the definition of who was a native, the definition of who was a colored, or even whether or not women were even persons in the eyes of the law, were political questions, but once they assumed a legal character, and once they were pronounced as so by the judges, gained societal legitimacy. But of course, I am running ahead of myself. We should first know what happened. Knowing what happened in its full scale means paying homage to the dead, means paying homage to their memory. It means taking their lives seriously. My focus then on this topic of what happened is on the trial. The trial itself took place on the 23rd of November, with the final judgment being delivered between the 5th and the 6th of December, 1921. There are obviously limitations in what I am about to say, because I look at these events with today's biases, and I fill in historical gaps by my own sense of what I think the participants must have thought. Sometimes the participants of necessity are silent, and those silences are filled by our own reimagination. The basic matrix of fact were that morning of the 24th of May, 1921, about 200 Israelites, members of the Israelites movement. Later accounts have put the number to 300, but 200 seems to be the general accepted number, were shot and killed at Ndabelang in Queenstown by members of the Defense Force and the police. There were approximately 600 members of the police force and the Defense Force. The trial was conducted at the Supreme Court. Its usual seat was Grahamstown, but a specific exception was made so that it could sit in Queenstown, nearer to the place of the massacre. The role players at the trial, the presiding judge was Sir Tos Graham, who was the judge president of the Eastern Cape Supreme Court. He was assisted by two assessors, a Mr. Brewers, who was a magistrate of Grahamstown, a Mr. Norton, who was an assistant chief magistrate of the Transkei. The prosecutor, or at the time called the Crown, was represented by a Mr. Bigby, who was the Solicitor General for the Crown. So quite clearly from the onset, we can see the extent of the seriousness with which the government took the trial. It had its most senior judicial officer in the form of Judge Graham. It also had its most senior prosecutor in the form of Mr. Bigby. But on the other side, on the side of the accused, and the case became known as Rex, R versus Enoch Mgijima, and 139 others. On the side of the accused, they had no advocate, or at the time, they were called barristers. But they were represented by two solicitors or attorneys, a Mr. Halser and a Mr. Mallet. And a special rule had to be passed to enable solicitors or attorneys to represent the accused. Why this is crucial is that the solicitors who represented the accused had no trial court experience. Solicitors did not appear, particularly in superior courts. And at the same time, they were appearing before the most senior judicial officer, prosecuted by the most senior prosecutor available in the Eastern Cape. Enoch Mgijima was the first accused, followed by Charles Mgijima, his brother, followed by Gilbert Machoba, one of the prominent members of the Israelites movement. When the trial began in November, the accused were in custody. They had been kept in custody since May 1921. They were not out on bail. That on its own was significant, constraining their ability to access their lawyers and to prepare. And they came every day for a period of 10 days, 10 consecutive days, transported by the police under the full glare of a white public. On the opening day of the trial, opening statements were read out. Mr. Bigby set out the theory of the state's case. The charges against the accused, there were two primary charges against the accused. The accused were tried for sedition and violence. The sedition comprised in the unlawful squatting on government property. It also comprised in the refusal to pay taxes to the government. The violence comprised in the carrying of weapons, primarily swords, but they described them as dangerous weapons, and the alleged attack against the police. Those were the parameters of the case of the state. On the first day of the trial, 10 of the accused did not appear. Mr. Bigby stood up and applied for a warrant of arrest. One of the accused, Mr. Bigby suggested, was probably dead and had been killed at the massacre. Nevertheless, the judge issued, without any objection from the defense counsel, a warrant of arrest, including the arrest of the one deceased person, because the warrant had 10 names on it, even though it was common cause that one of them was dead. The accused pleaded not guilty. When the opening address was set out by the lead prosecutor for the state, he set out the land context to the trial. Bulhoek itself, as a settlement, had been established in 1854. Yet, there were no individual titles given to people until 1874. This became one of the sites where the colonial government experimented with private title, individual private title. But of course, there was very little land available. And this particular area, Ndabelanga, was part of a commonage, and it belonged to the state. It was described as crown land. One of the defenses set out by the accused was that because it is crown land, it is a commonage, it is God's land. The land belongs to God, which on its own coincides with African beliefs on land ownership. That land is not something that can be privately appropriated, and that it is for humanity as a whole to exploit and to live. The accused seem to have made a choice that they will be tried without a jury. At the time, South African law entitled an accused person to choose whether to be tried with or without a jury. It is not clear from the record of the trial why this choice was made. One can surmise from what we know, and also from Bob Edgar's book, that one of the reasons is their knowledge of the likelihood or the possibility of the composition of the jury. In one of my books, I made the point that jury selection was behind the call of the early African lawyers for an independent judiciary. So the hope, perhaps among the accused, was rather than to be tried by a white male jury, it is better that they be tried by a judge. But to address the problem of the absence of the jury, Judge Graham selected two assessors. They happen to be white and male. Now, on the following days of the trial, the state called several witnesses to try and prove its case of sedition against the accused. These are the elements of the case as presented by the state. First, the occupation of the land in Ndabelanga had been done without the permission of the government. It amounted to squatting. There were squatting laws applicable in the Cape. They had been strengthened by the Native Land Act. And this made it a particularly egregious offense because it was squatting on government land. Secondly, the accused had failed to pay taxes. In fact, there was evidence that they had boasted about their failure to pay taxes when they asked people from other villages why they were still paying taxes to the government. Thirdly, the weapons that they were carrying were dangerous weapons, and they had refused to dispense with those weapons despite instructions from the state. Fourthly, they had been very aggressive when they encountered the police on the 24th of May, 1921. They had refused to retreat. In fact, there had been instructions to advance. Fifth, they had been driven by a deluded spirit based on the belief that guns would spit water. In fact, 5 witnesses gave this testimony, although only one witness could attach this testimony to the prophet himself, Enoch Mgijima. Sixth, this deluded spirit of the belief that guns would spit water came from earlier historical figures. Nxele, who was referred to twice in the trial as Lynx, and Mlanjeni. Most of you know who those are. But this was the theory of the state put to the witnesses for the defense. 7, that their intentions were to eliminate the white government. It was intended that the spirits would drive the whites to the sea. On the other side of the case, on the accused side, what did they say in court? What is striking, perhaps as a consequence of the lack of trial experience by the attorneys who acted for the accused, is that there was never a clear theory of the case. In fact, there were internal contradictions. But the primary witness for the accused was Charles Mgijima, a most articulate and forceful speaker. There was, in fact, a story on the first day of the trial that Charles Mgijima had gone around and told each of the accused that they should not spit on the floor and they should all plead not guilty, which the state seized upon and seems to have made much of as being significant as part and parcel of this resistance of official authority. But it was made clear for the accused that the weapons, such as they were ceremonial and in fact had never been used in a warlike situation. Secondly, there was no prophecy about whites being killed or bullets turning into water. This was never part of the prophet's teachings. Thirdly, the Nxele and Mlanjeni connection which were put to him were totally disputed. Fourthly, it was emphasized that a meeting had been requested by the Israelites with Jan Smuts, and if it had been agreed to, perhaps could have diffused the possible combustible atmosphere. Fifthly, they had grievances. One of those grievances was the absence of a place for religious worship. Sixthly, there was pressure for land as well. The areas that they occupied outside of Ndabelanga were vastly overgrazed. Remember, historically, the majority of the residents in the area had been treated, I would say, as the Black Englishmen. They had a connection with the white government because of their status as part of the Mvengu clans. They had lost that privileged status because under the Native Land Act, what counted was whether you were native or European. They suddenly found themselves just like any other native. But there were now additional people that were not just Mvengu. There were Galegas, there were Sutus, there were Xhosa proper, and they combined to form this mass of landless natives. Charles also pointed out that they knew for a fact that bullets would not spit water. They had seen what had happened to 3 of the Israelites when they were shot and killed by a farmer who, by the way, was acquitted by the jury in a trial that preceded the Rex versus Mgijima trial. He denied that they were the aggressive party, although he made it clear that we had to confront, because as soon as we saw people being shot in front of us, running away would have made no difference. They would have killed us nevertheless. With all of this evidence, what did the judge do? The judge placed emphasis on the failure by the Native Affairs Department to be firm with the natives. He cited David Livingstone, who said that no one should bring a gun, should threaten a native with a gun, unless they intend to use it, because next time, greater force would be needed. The judge accepted that these were deluded natives, primarily influenced by their leaders. He also found that they had no real grievance against the government. This was despite the clear evidence from Charles Mgijima and from other witnesses that there were 2 primary grievances. There was a shortage of land, but there was also no place to worship. The judge quoted Hals, who acted on behalf of the accused, as having said that their grievance was the interference by the state with their religion. Now, Hals did say that in his closing address, but the problem is that it was inconsistent with the articulation by the accused of their own grievance, which lends credence to the earlier point that actually the accused did not have proper representation. He found that the meeting with Smuts, and there had been a denial as to whether or not that meeting had been promised. But the judge found that the meeting with Smuts would not have made a difference to the accused. They would have persisted with their violent conduct, nevertheless. He also found that Enoch Mgijima had given the order to advance. A crucial fact that we often forget about this massacre is that Enoch was not actually arrested at the scene of the massacre. He was taken from his house. He had either run away or had decided for some reason that he would rather not be part of the confrontation. But the common cause fact at the trial is that he was arrested from his house. Despite this, the judge found that it was him who had given the instruction to the Israelites to advance. And here, we should draw a distinction between this case and Marikana, June 16, and Sharpeville. The majority of those who were shot at Sharpeville were shot from the back. The majority of those who were shot at Ndabelanga were shot from the front. They were, in fact, advancing. And the explanation is given by Charles that running away when people in front of you have already been slain by bullets would actually not have saved your life. So at best, as to when and who gave the instruction to advance and what led the police to fire the shots, the evidence was inconclusive. There were accusations and counter-accusations either way. What we know that the judge found is that one police officer was stabbed and a horse was also stabbed. So one scratch on a police officer and a dead horse were the fatalities or the injuries on the police side. The judge could, I quote, find no fault with the police and the soldiers at all. He concluded that the accused were guilty of the crime of sedition, which he described as comprising the violent and forcible conduct directed at the authority of the state by which the public peace and order are imperiled and the power of the established authority and officials of state assailed. He thereafter looked at sentences. He classified them into three categories. There were the ringleaders, Enoch Mgijima, his brother Charles Mgijima, and Gilbert Machoba. Because he classified these as ringleaders, and there was a claim that the police had in fact gone to Ndabelanga to arrest them, he sentenced them to 6 years in prison with hard labor. They would serve this at the De Beers prison in the Northern Cape. It is obviously striking that that prison was built by Rhodes. The rest were sentenced to between 12 to 18 months. Notably, the evidence was that the majority of the people that were there were young children between the ages of 16 and 18. Charles did not return from prison. He died in incarceration. Enoch did 3 years after the event, after countless petitions. But the spirit had been broken. The resistance had been broken. Ndabelanga had been dispersed. Was this a show trial of empire? It contains all of the elements of a show trial. A trial usually serves to legitimate the power of the state over the subject of the trial. It usually serves to enforce the recognition of the laws of the occupying force. Once you go through a trial, people don't care what happens to you thereafter. What is crucial is that you have been taken through a fair process. Judge Graham, in fact, seemed to place a lot of emphasis on the idea of a fair process. They can do anything to your body. They can lynch you, throw it to the sea, feed it to the lions. As long as they have taken you through a trial. The process itself does not appear to have been a fair process. I have described the intimidating atmosphere, and the trial was run in English, although there was what they call a native interpreter. The bottom line was that the majority of the accused did not understand what was going on in the trial. Judge Graham took over the control of the trial. I counted the number of questions that he asked versus the number of questions asked by the prosecutor, they were almost 50% of the questions asked by the prosecutor. Often, a judge steps back and witnesses the duel between the prosecutor and the defense. But in this case, Judge Graham, who had preconceived ideas about the ways in which Native people had to be controlled, took over and ran the trial. So, if you look at the larger historical narrative of these trials, Dinuzulu, Langalibalel, well, Dinuzulu, for those who don't know, the king of the Zulus, ultimately sent to exile in St. Helena. Langalibalel, the king of the Hlubis, sent to exile in Robben Island. Makoma, one of the military generals of the Xhosa, sent to a trial and exiled in Robben Island. Bambata, in the middle of the trial, the warriors are shot and killed. It comes back to the same point. Your body is dispensable, provided you go to a trial. And so we would be entitled to conclude today that perhaps this was the last show trial of empire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Ngwai Toby. You delivered what we have come to expect from you, a combination of law, legal history, of the land. This has been an excellent presentation. Colleagues, we are running behind by about 30 minutes now. I'm going to call our next speaker, who will present on the topic From Nxele to Mgijima, Land Dispossession and the Spirit of Millennialism. The presenter is Mphuthumi Ntabeni, who reads the frontier history of South Africa and is currently writing a book on the definitive history of AmaXhosa. His novel, The Broken River Tent, which was based on that history, won the University of Johannesburg Prize for a debut novel in 2019. He's currently a writing fellow at the institute that I run, the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study, and has many projects that I'm not going to be talking about. Welcome, Mphuthumi, and we look forward to your presentation. So you have about 20 minutes, and the time now is 20 past 11, so we'll go until 11:40. Welcome.
Good morning to everybody. Is it still morning? Don't worry, I will try and be brief, especially since some of the points I wanted to talk about, the advocate has kindly touched on, but I will expound where it is necessary. First of all, let me say, as someone born in Queenstown and raised in Queenstown, I have a dog in this fight. So my interest on it is not just objective and historical, it's also emotional, because I grew up under the, what I would call the shadow of the Bulhoek massacre. And when we were growing up, we used to see the Israelites doing their dance, which we used to call the Pharaoh dance. And as kids, we thought it was a joke. It's only later on that we realized the seriousness of the whole thing. And so today, what I want to give you is the historical perspective of how the places like Oxkraal and Kammerstone were founded, and also the confusion they ended up being, and the tragedy actually of the actual history that made into that before it even got into Bullhoek. And then perhaps from that we can see how it was almost inevitable that such thing would happen. Beginning with the Wesleyan Methodist papers of Kammerstone, you would have noticed that there is a running thread of reporting the Bullhoek as emanating from the spirit of Xhosa millennialism. As far back as the era of Ngale, the missionaries tended to explain amaXhosa. I don't know how many of you know the concept of ukuthwasa. They used to make it and explain it as a schizophrenic way that amaXhosa deal with issues when they are under pressure. So Ngale is the first recorded prophet, warlord, war prophet that was recorded by the missionaries as having these tendencies. The spirit of millennialism is said to rise within amaXhosa when they are under some sort of national pressure, like the loss of land, drought, economic distress, population overcrowding, pandemic of diseases. All these things have already been mentioned before, so I'm not going to go into too much detail into it. Suffice to say that when Colonel Graham was asked to clear the Zoofeld area for the settlement of white people, all these combinations of these things were present, which is economic distress, drought, loss of land, which is why after that war, after that clearance, which by the way, I don't know if everybody knows where Zoofeld is. If you take the present day Grahamstown and go beyond Port Elizabeth as far back perhaps as Tokashe, which most of you will know as a Gamtus River. And then you go on the other side, on the east, you go far as the Kagua, which is some of you would know as the South Coast River. And then you come now towards the east, and as far as Nuba, which you will know as Fish River. And then all the way you run it up into Ebumnyameni, the present day Alexander and Port Alfred. That's the zoo area, the Zoofeld area that Colonel Graham was asked to clear for the white settlement. And it is important to know because Kamastone itself was known after a prince of Amagunukwebe called Kama. Kama was a son of Tungwa. Tungwa was the person that Grahamstown and his armies killed when they were clearing the Zoofeld. And as a result, today, you will hear amaXhosa have a proverb that goes like uthungiwe. By this, they mean that everybody picks on you. So you have, at that stage, there was Ndlambe, who was running away from the wars with Unriga, and he wanted to subsume people of Amagunukwebe under himself so that he could be stronger. So he wanted to take Amagunukwebe and Utungwa, and he had a few skirmishes with Utungwa. And then there were Boers also who had crossed over themselves to Kalechwa, which is a tributary of Gamtus, and they needed land, and then they were themselves pressuring Utungwa on the Zoofeld. So everybody was picking on Utungwa. This is the reason why today, when we talk about that proverb, we talk about Utungiwe. It comes back from that. And Graham and his soldiers, they actually killed Utungwa in cold blood, like a dog. He had been hiding during the Fourth Frontier War and on the forest of Ikobon, you know, as Adu Forest today. And so he was half blind and almost paralyzed, actually, and unarmed when they killed him. They shot him 4 times, and one of the bullets was through his head. In any case, I mentioned Tungwa because he was the father of Kama and Pato. Pato inherited the chiefdom of Amagunukwebe. But the funny thing is, Pato had held an enormous grudge against the British naturally because he remembered how they killed his father. And Kama himself was still young, about 11 years old when his father was killed. So he remembered that. But Kama ended up a collaborator with the British. and something that made got him into trouble with his older brother Pato. And eventually, Khama had to flee from his own land, fleeing from his brothers actually, and he was under he fled under the British protection. And then the idea of him fleeing, the missionaries had invited him to go to Lesotho and settle there with his people. And they wanted him to form a new Christian, a black Xhosa Christian nation. Khama is the first actually official Christian chief to convert into Christianity. The interesting part as a novelist, which I like because I like filling up dots and then filling gaps, historical gaps with informed imagination. I don't know how many of you know, Khama was actually married to Makoma's sister, Nongwane. And William Shaw, in actual facts, credits Nongwane as the person who converted Khama into Christianity, which I believe, because I make this point very clear in my book, The Broken River Tent, how Makoma and his sister Nongwane kind of quarreled with this thing of Christianity, because Nongwane took Christianity very seriously, and which Makoma wasn't totally into it. So they say, we know that Makoma used to be called Jongumsobo, the one who looks into the red luster, either at dawn or at dusk. The funny thing, William Shaw was actually a Christian missionary with the Makonukwe. Says, Khama noticed that every evening his wife, Nongwane, would go into a secluded area in the forest and talk to himself. And then one day he followed her and said, but my wife, why do you do this? You put yourself into danger of being bitten by snakes and all those things, only to talk to yourself. Why are you talking to yourself? And then Nongwane says, I'm not talking to myself, I'm praying. And then the interesting thing now for me is that if you should remember, the first missionary to reach the Cape Amaxhosa was Dr. Theodorus Johannes van der Kemp. He actually landed in Kume village, around Kume village, where Makoma and Nongwane grew up. And Nongwane got the seeds of Christianity from van der Kemp. And then if you read Professor Julia Well's book, The Return of the Legend, you will discover that by the time van der Kemp left Amaxhosa, because van der Kemp felt that Amaxhosa were not converting quick enough, so he went to what you know as the Kagua under the Vuba mountains, but we call it as Amaxhosa the Kagua. Of course, you know it as Bethalsdorp and the area around Uitenhek. And that is where Ngele himself was born. And that is where Ngele used to attend religious ceremonies before he got tired with the notion of Christianity. Ngele grew up actually around missionaries. And he himself says that, but he used to go and listen to van der Kemp's sermons. The funny thing, which is interesting to me, is that as a person, I'm currently studying van der Kemp very strongly, his theological background, his understanding of Christianity. He was actually a millennialist Christian. He believed in what we see in the Acts of Apostles, that is the active intervention of God in human affairs. And then he believed that Christ was gonna return very soon. So that's why I'm saying, but if you would kind of, it's quite interesting for me to think that Ngele and all might have also picked up the spirit of millennialism from van der Kemp, because everybody always says, but this thing it's a tradition in Amaxhosa, the millennialistic thing when they are under pressure. But I mean, be that as it may, the most important thing is that The locations like Kamastone, Oxtrail were established as experiment that goes back to the Glen Grey policies. These were areas of major land contestation, not only between Black people and colonial government, but among Black people themselves, which is Amagalega, Abatembu, Amamfengu, and Abesuthu. I think Advocate Toby touched on this a little bit, so I'm not going to go into details into it. But as it is now, as somebody who grew up in Queenstown, I can tell you that it's still like that. I'm myself a Mfengu. So the area we mix, there's a lot of Sutus, there's a lot of Magalega, and there's, yeah. So I have, so one of the reasons why Kama flee from his brothers is that he refused to marry a second wife into a polygamous arrangement. And then his elder brother, Pato, became very angry about that because he thought that since the marriage they wanted him to marry a son of Ndlambe, a daughter of Ndlambe, so that they can cement their alliance with Amandlambe. But of course, Pato fled, and as I told you, so he was fleeing to Basotho land, and then because it was winter, he decided to spend the winter months at Engenge, which you know as Fort Beaufort. That was Makoma's land. So he asked his brother-in-law if they could spend winter there, and Makoma agreed. And then after winter, they continued. But as they were continuing, the War of Mlanje broke out, and he couldn't go further. So the British colonial government gave him a piece of land close to Queenstown, which eventually became known as Kamastone. And then his promise, of course, was that in the War of Mlanje, he himself would fight on the British side. And then he begged the British that they mustn't make him fight his own brothers, which was Pato and all that stuff. And so they said he must fight then Abatim, which is why he fought on the battles of decisive battles that saw Abatembu lose their land. And this land that when Abatembu lost was given to the British collaborators, and it was founded as some of these Black locations, which we called Kamastone, Oxtrail, and all of that. So Bullhoek itself was a sub-location of Kamastone. It was established in 1854 by the government of Queenstown District. It adjoins Oxtrail, which existed as early as 1846 and included the Hickney missions. So all of those were the lands that Abatembu lost when they fought under Umlanje. And then Abatembu were very aggrieved about losing those lands. As a result, Kama felt uncomfortable in staying there and asked eventually that he be brought back to his own land, which he was given a land around Kobo, your Kiskamawuk, Eklesi, your middle drift, which is the reason why up to today you find that Amakunukwebe stays there. Why I go into a little bit of details in this history of Kama is because the most interesting thing is that the spirit of what we call the spirit of millennialism and all was mostly active almost all the time in Kama's land, more than anywhere else. It first comes across, I've spoken about the Ngele one, but when you from Ngele, then we go to Mlanje, which Ngugai Toby has touched on. Mlanje himself had fought a lot with, you would remember, Tiosoga. His rival was Tiosoga, because Tiosoga was coming with what you call a religion of Christianity that was Western based. And then, so if you go, you look at Unxele, you see when this thing of his started, it started with him rejecting his Christian background and coming back to his traditional ways. And then the War of Mlanjeni also was, as always, the clash. And in all these wars, you'll remember that there was always these prophets, which is Xole and Mlanjeni, who were known as having this millennial spirits and all those things. And remember also that the so-called Nongqawuse tragedy began within the followers of Khama in Middle Drift, before it moved to Amagcalega across the Khai, where it had the most devastating consequences in the clashes between the believers and the Amagogonya. Amagogonya were the ones who were refusing to kill their cattle when the Umlanjeni was asking them to do that. And then after Umlanjeni, there was also, as far back as 1856, Charles Brownlee was writing to the Colonial Chief Commissioner McLean, referring to the prophetess Bulu of Khama's chiefdom, and I quote, who was causing relapse of Xhosa converts by preaching the pending destruction of the white man and stirring the whole populace against the fabric of Sir George Grey's innovation, while at the same time diverting attention from the failures of the witch doctors to rescue the national treasure, which is the dying of the cattle. End of quote. After Bulu's wife, who was a prophetess, came Pecheni, who also stayed in Stockwell's district. Pecheni, the thing about her also, she had originated from Khama's land before Khama expelled her. And then that's when she decided to go and stay on Stockwell's land. They all preached the same message that was to be propagated by Umhlakaza and Umjuza. Umjuza, by the way, was Ngale's grandson. Through Nongqawuse in the following years of the starting of the killing of the cattle. Basically, the message was refrain from cultivating, kill the dying cattle, and they even directed people to purchase more axes so that they can make new kraals when the river people come with new fat cattle for them. So it is this movement which drove AmaXhosa headlong into a national disaster, as we know. After the War of Mlanjeni, the cattle disaster, the War of Ngqaichibi, where Abatembu lost the bulk of their land that was given to British collaborators to form these black locations like Khamastone. Abatembu felt aggrieved. They were permanently aggrieved because they had lost their lands. Some of their people occupied the location also in pretense of being part of Amambengu, the British collaborators. But the location were an administrative nightmare for the colonial government. By 1922, the former Secretary of Native Affairs, the land surveyor MC Voss, visited Khamastone and found out only 626 out of 1,864 agricultural lots were occupied by registered owners. They found out that people who registered had left for Kimberley and Joburg to go for work. And then those who were not the proper owners were actually occupying the land. And they were refusing to pay the hard taxes and all those things. And the village lots were almost abandoned for unregistered sport to access the grazing fields of the commonage. The Union government of Smart had inherited this confusion from the colonial government after the annexation of Transkei. It is to me actually interesting how this area, especially the War of Ngqaichibi, which we started in 1877, is neglected by 2 minutes,
Mr. Ntabeni, to wrap up, 2 minutes.
Okay. So my argument is that it looks like the white people were right in being paranoid by the gathering of Mgijima's people, because the Black people somehow had started the notion of organizing in a national way, which is why that area in Bumba, which you know as the South African Native National Congress, was very active in that particular time. And so the tragic consequences of that, unfortunately, is what today we're commemorating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mputumi, for that excellent presentation. I really know that you have a dog in the fight. You and I have discussed this many times, and I know you have written
Yes.
a very long paper. But thank you very much. Now, I mean, I'm sure you have noticed that we have a combination of more established scholars and young scholars, and going to introduce Funeka Manzi, who's a master's student in sociology. And Ved's research interests are in Black consciousness, Black theology, and Afro-pessimism. And she is a descendant of Prophet Enoch Mgijima and was a member of the Church of God and Saints of Christ, the church founded by the Prophet. Funeka, please go ahead and welcome, and we are happy to have you here.
Good morning, everybody. And I would like to say I am in many ways still a member of the Church of God and Saints of Christ. I'm not an active member at the moment. And I would like to start off by thanking GIAS as well as thanking the University of Pretoria for this opportunity. Today marks a very important day in our history in the Church of God and Saints of Christ. And I'd also like to recognize Mdala Sagela from the Church of God and Saints of Christ, who's going to speak after me, as well as Mdala Olwetudlanga, who's also going to speak after me, as well as some church members that I've recognized in the comment section in the YouTube live link. I'd like to start off by speaking on what a previous speaker had alluded to, which was looking into the psyche of the prophet, looking at questions of whether or not he was a cult leader, whether or not he was a narcissist, and so forth. It is unfortunate to start on this note, but I think it would be insincere of me to not first address this. Being Black in the world is and how you react to oppression and white supremacy is something, comes as no surprise that there's a lot of text on how Black people are considered crazy, especially, and manic, especially when they react to oppression. We've seen this in terms of the Marikana massacre. We've seen this, unfortunately, recently in terms of Prophet Mgijima. And this draws from a number of literature. The followers of Mgijima have been termed to be fanatics, religious fanatics. And this is like a continual narrative, a very white supremacist narrative that paints and taints the image of Black liberators, of the prophet. And it's a pity and unfortunate that we are still speaking of Black people in this way. For instance, there is Nondeta Mkwenkwe, who was a Xhosa prophetess, who was committed to a mental asylum because of her visions and because of her influence. It is true that the state acted upon fear and wanted to silence her. And like the previous, and like the speaker I'm referring to had also spoken about Black fear, how the state feared Black people, and how, and this idea of the swart khafar. But I'd also just like to just point out that Mgijima Amasraeli and his followers and any other Black liberation fighters are not crazy, are not irrational in their response to racism in this country. I would also like to present today some reflections that I have on theology and how it can help us understand the motivations of Prophet Mgijima, the Israelites, and their refusal to be moved from Dabalanga by the Union State. There are opposing views and motivations of the prophet and his followers. Official government accounts and many white scholars believe that these men and women were religious fanatics driven by literal interpretations of the Bible. These were initial official reports and scholars from the government, scholars and government officials. However, some scholars understood the actions of Bulhoek, or rather the actions of people in Ndabelanga, to be actions of Black landless people fighting against the repressive laws which prevented them from occupying and owning land. There are highly contested views and debates within the Church of God and Saints of Christ on whether the stance of Israelites was a political one, or whether or not it's rather more accurate to emphasize the spiritual and theological motivations of Amasraeli. And I rather lean on the debates on political reasons for the occupation of Ndabelanga. I aim to understand both the theological motivations as well as the political motivations, even though the political motivations may not be seen as overt response to landlessness. I'm interested in exploring the ways in which religion and its relationship to Black subjectivity and Black liberation and the Bulhoek massacre is instrumental in history, in South African history in particular. Black theology provides the ideology and philosophy for analyzing the Bulhoek massacre and the theology of Amasraeli through rituals of remembrance. In a sense, this paper makes an attempt to theorize emancipation through the Black experience. It is organized in terms of the following sections, or in the following way: an overview of Black theology and its origins in the USA, how it's been adopted in South Africa. The second part of my paper briefly looks at Black theology in South Africa. I'd like to also make a note that this is not to trace the influence of Black theology on Amasraeli, but rather attempting to understand the Bulhoek massacre as well as the memory and rituals of the Church of God and Saints of Christ through Black theology. In other words, I'm not making the argument that Amasraeli are particularly influenced by Black theology in any way, just that I'm using Black theology as the lens for this particular study. Some of the questions I want to explore are: how has the legacy of the Bulhoek massacre informed debates on land ownership, Black identity, and Black liberation in the country? And before I go into that, I'd just like to discuss briefly on my own positionality. I've only recently learned how I am related to Prophet Ngijima. When I inquired further for preparation for this particular symposium from my elders, it's still something that I'm grappling with, because it's still something that's quite new to me, and how this will inform my research. I don't want to essentialize this particular positionality, even though I'm aware that there is a particular status, especially in our church, when it comes to those who are born from the church or are descendants of those who died in Ndabelanga. I'd like to problematize the individualistic nature of this positionality at some point in my research. The history of Bulhoek is a history, and this is because this history is a history of Amasraeli wonke and speaks to the struggle of all Black people. I'm interested in the ways my positionality as a Black woman who has grown up in the church, and how this is related and how this will influence my research. There has been some interest on Bulhoek, but this has been marginal. Like previous speakers have alluded to, this is part of a history that is not well known, despite its significance to South Africa. Most of the literature on Bulhoek has not been from the perspective of Amasraeli. I'm hoping that this symposium presents an opportunity for more literature on Amasraeli and Bulhoek, especially from the perspective of Amasraeli. However, my interest in Bulhoek did not begin with how I grew up in the church. In fact, it began from a set of urgent political questions rather than my own involvement. For instance, I was interested in how spirituality and religion is understood in relation to Black liberation. I was interested in, does Christianity pacify believers? To what extent is the Bulhoek massacre and its expression of Black theology. These were some of the questions I was interested in. And this is because at the time in the country, there were debates on decolonizing university spaces. There was roads must fall, there was fees must fall. I also was part of a Black consciousness movement called Blackwash. And in this particular movement and many similar movements that I've been in contact with, the idea of religion has been viewed as a pacifier, one in which Black people believe that they will only reap the benefits of liberation in the afterlife. So I was very curious. And in a way, I had forgotten my own history, my own history that has been taught to me growing up in the church, and only came across this once I was in the academy and I was reading up, particularly Professor Robert Edgar's work on Amasraeli. And this just alludes to the fact that the history of Bullhoek and Amasraeli has not become mainstream in terms of our history, in terms of massacres, in terms of Black liberation and land ownership in this country. So growing up in the church, history was part, let me put it this way, there has been a deliberate distancing in some instances in the church when it comes to viewing Bulhoek massacre as a political issue. And the terms which Prophet, as quoted in a study by Manjus, the study is called War, Memory, Salvation, and the Bulhoek Massacre, and the Construction of a Contextual Soteriology, which is Salvation Theology. As quoted in this particular study, Evangelist Dokoda asserts that we are not a political movement, but a prophetic movement. And this was something that was quite interesting for me, because I do lean more towards viewing the Bulhoek Massacre as a very overt political stance. Now, going to speaking briefly on Black theology, it is a program to regenerate Black identity as God's project, epitomized in the Black Messiah. Its main theme is freedom, and the other key themes are salvation, especially identification with the plight of the Black Israelites. It is a critique of traditional soteriological models of the afterlife. This will be crucial when I discuss the issue of Israelites of salvation and liberation, emphasized in terms of land ownership and not just salvation in the afterlife. These are concrete issues that were dealt with, especially in terms of Bullhoek, in concrete manner. Black theology is situational or contextual theology, which aims to make a connection between Christianity and the lives and experiences of African Americans, as well as Black South Africans. In other words, Black theology is a call for Christianity to speak directly to Black subjectivity, as well as the lived experiences and conditions of the Black subject. It was first established in North America. It was then adopted in the South African context. I'll briefly touch on this. It brings forth a more contextual theology that does not locate the divine within the realm of racial neutrality. And thus points to how scripture is a reflection of the society in which we inhabit. Black theology, as well as Black consciousness and Black power, are assertions of the value and particularity of Blackness against notions of color blindness in the context of anti-Black world. It answers the questions of what believing in Jesus means when racists also profess Jesus and use the interpretation of the Bible to justify the oppression of Black people. We've seen this even in terms of our own experiences as South Africans. The apartheid government relied heavily on a particular interpretation of the Bible to justify the oppression of Black people. Black theology in the USA was formally established in the Black slave churches in the 16th century. It emphasized Black consciousness, liberation from white domination and racism, Black self-determination, and Black power. Black theology is, by definition, revolutionary. It sought to bring about a form of social justice and change in the beliefs of Black people, both in terms of their selfhood as well as in relation to their oppression. Ron Rhodes argues that the beginning stages of Black theologies began when slaves became disillusioned with the gospel preached to them. This gospel sanctioned slavery and served white slave masters who taught slaves to focus on the afterlife. Slaves began meeting on their own and developed a theology that sympathized with the position of the slave. James Cone is the most prolific proponent of Black theology. Cone argues that Black power is very similar to Black theology, in particular its emphasis on Black freedom and self-determination. In Cone's theology, Blackness is both physiological as well as ontological. Black theology places great importance in those who stand for Black liberation and people who are oppressed. Hayes argues that Cone's foundation consists of ideas on symbol, metaphor, narrative, and testimony. The symbol is that of the figure of God as responsible for creation of humanity in his own image, and Christ as liberator of those who are suffering. Both these figures give Black people a sign that they are not destined for a life of subjugation. This is counter to white and apartheid theology, which served to justify apartheid and racism, and also served to justify slavery using the Bible. Black theology aims to subvert these hegemonic interpretations of the Bible by asserting theologically the Blackness of the Messiah and his commitment to the Black cause. Blackness in Black theology is a symbol of liberation rather than one of inferiority. God is considered Black due to his identification and solidarity with those who are oppressed. Black theology uses evidence from the Bible, such as God's deliverance of Israelites from slavery, as proof of solidarity with Black people. This is particularly important with members of Church of God and Sense of Christ, especially in terms of celebration of Passover in April, which has very many parallels with the plight of Israelites when they were slaves in Egypt. Slaves have been made to feel inferior and less than human. Therefore, Cone argues that it is imperative that Black people view God and Jesus as Black because it gives Black people a positive self-image and affirms their humanity. God and Christ are discussed in James Cone's theology of Blackness as a metaphor. Hayes uses the word metaphor to explain Cone's assertion that God and Christ is Black. He argues that this is deliberate because metaphors infuse new meanings into notions that are taken for granted. In other words, the view of God is white is contested in Black theology and is viewed as a distortion of the Christian faith. The point Cone makes by arguing that God is Black is to take a stand against promotion of white standards in Christianity. Although Jesus symbolizes both hope and liberation, Cone emphasizes self-liberation as an important aspect of Black theology at the core of Black ontology. This relates to the definition of Blackness and Black power and Black consciousness, which will be addressed in subsequent sections. Black theology encourages Black human agency. Black theology challenges the passive notion of religion. The resurrection of Jesus is viewed as both an historical event and a representation of the hope for a free future. Jesus is also viewed as a liberator. This discourages passive acceptance of present circumstances of Black people, but a hope that present oppression will come to an end. Similar to the definition of Blackness in Black theology, Black consciousness is also related to awareness of oppression due to being Black, but also being prepared to end the suffering of Black people. Blackness is viewed as positive identity, which is embraced in order to liberate oneself. I'll just try as much as possible to be brief when I'm explaining Black theology in South Africa. Black theology was adopted in South Africa through the ecumenical movement in South Africa. It was born out of a particular repressive context in the United States, as discussed earlier. Black theology has been inspired by apartheid struggles in South Africa, including the Black consciousness movement. Black theology grew out of a critique of multiracialism espoused by English-speaking multiracial churches. Moore argues that this form of reconciliation and multiracialism was limited and artificial. It failed to sufficiently deal with racism within churches, whilst it perpetuated white domination and hierarchies within churches. Many Black political organizations were banned, leaving only white liberal organizations such as churches as the only spaces where Black people could meet. there grew a need with Black church members to break away from the ideas of multiracialism, as well as a colorblind approach during a period of oppressive anti-Black racism. I won't go into other instances in terms of Black theology in South Africa, but it's very much linked with the Black consciousness movement. Now I'll go into issues of millennialism. In Manju's studies, as I had alluded to before, there's a focus on salvation, whereas mine focuses on Black liberation. But these two theologies are very similar. The conditions of 1913 Land Act forced many Israelites to, forced them into landlessness. With the absence of land, liberation to Am Israel is a present issue and not...
Sorry, Funeka, we have about just 4 minutes to go, so I thought I should alert you. Yeah.
Okay, no, I'll wrap up as quickly as possible. With absence of land, liberation to Am Israel was a this-worldly issue. In other words, it was not something, or salvation and liberation was not something to be enjoyed only in the afterlife. And the Church of God and Church of Christ can be described as an African independent church. And by definition, these churches distance themselves from mainstream teachings, from colonialism. Maimela, a South African theologian who focuses on liberation theologies, criticizes traditional theology for its relegation of the afterlife and focuses on the individual. The fruits of salvation are argued to be enjoyed only in the afterlife. The questions of salvation address the issues of God's lack of will to intervene when his people are oppressed. As Manjus argues, the identity of Israelites is centered on freedom from domination in terms of various ritual festivals. I've alluded to the festival of Passover or Pasika. The festival of Pasika is very parallel to the issue of Israelites or biblical Israelites and their oppression under the Pharaoh in Egypt. And it also serves as an identification with these biblical Israelites and the plight of the oppressed. And the two are very parallel to one another, the two struggles. I would like to just quickly go through the legacy of Enoch Mgijima. The memory and life of Mgijima and the massacre are kept alive by his followers through narration of stories, ritual remembering sermons. This has been the experience, this has been my own experience growing up in the Church of God and Saints of Christ. It's very much part of the identity of Israelites. And one of these rituals, as I mentioned, is the Passover. Manjus, drawing from the work of Keynote, argues that memory is a collective rather than an individual phenomenon. I've alluded to this earlier on, just to say that the history of Bullhoek is not just a history of my own or of Am Israel, it's a history of Blacks across the world in terms of liberation and issues of oppression. Memory, argues feminist Marsha Hewitt, has redemptive and emancipatory qualities for those who are oppressed and functions to dispel the accounts of history by the rulers, accounts by the state. In terms of Israelites, memory functions to dispel the official accounts and records by the Union State, which paints the Israelites as religious fanatics, misguided followers, ignorant and violent, which attempt to justify the violence against them. Memory also functions to continue the legacy of the prophecy of Mgijima, as well as a continuation of his vision long after the Bulhoek massacre. Hewitt draws from the work of Skulsa, feminist theologian. Memory functions to address the marginalization of women in the history of challenges and challenges the male-centric dominant narratives. This goes on to the critique of Black theology, which is what has been the role of women in the Church of God and Saints of Christ. The critique of Black theology comes from a Black feminist theology, a holistic approach to the struggle of Black people, which is inclusive of women. Manjus also argues, does go investigate the ritual of Uesta as well as the fast of freedom. I'm interested in interpretation of both religious texts, as well as the memory of Prophet Ngijima and how this relates to the Bulhoek massacre, especially the role of women in the Church of God and Sisters of Christ. In conclusion, the Bulhoek massacre is an indication that Black people do not have to wait for salvation and liberation in the afterlife. It is a call to find and seek liberation through religion, and I'm interested in particular Black theology and what answers it could provide in relation to this. In terms of the Bulhoek massacre, it is an indication that Black people are not passive onlookers to their own oppression, even though there are currently debates in the church, within the church and outside the church on whether or not to view the Bulhoek massacre as a political moment. There's no doubt that my ancestors were resolute in their fight for liberation and in honoring God's vision and mission. They operated to fight, and they in fact did fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Funeka, and especially for locating the church in Black liberation theology, Black feminist theology. We are very grateful for that. I'm going to move on to another member of the church, Advocate Thulani Sakela, who's an elder and a pastor with the Church of God and Saints of Christ. He also serves as the secretary of the Bullhoek Massacre Committee, which is responsible for the Bullhoek Massacre Centenary commemoration. He's an admitted legal practitioner who specializes in corporate governance and leadership. Welcome, Advocate, and I understand you are making your presentation from where the event took place 100 years ago.
No, good afternoon. Well, unfortunately, because of work, I had to be at the office today. That's just the unfortunate part, after all the preparations that we did for the, for the centennial. So I've got another screen here looking at what is happening in Ndabelanga. But anyway, having said that, let me take this opportunity to greet you and the other panelists as well. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, firstly, I think let me, as an official of the church, let me thank you, Jay, and University of Pretoria for its role and its part in keeping the memory of our forefathers alive. We appreciate that. Well, you and also appreciate the fact that I think we are being given an opportunity to write our own history as Black people. I think for too long, our history was written for us. So we are able now to write our own history, to tell our own story. Having said that, I do not think I would be here if the prophet himself, Enoch Nkijima, and our forefathers that died in Ndabelanga were fanatics of some sort, But anyway, this year, today in particular, marks the 100 years since the brutal killing of our forefathers in Ndabelanga. I say our forefathers because I am a proud descendant of those that were killed by the colonial and racist government in 1921. I am also a member of the Church of God and Saints of Christ, commonly known as Israel. Well, my contribution in this symposium that seeks to commemorate the Bulhoek massacre is to argue, as I will try, that enhanced stakeholder engagement is the only tool available at our disposal to avert conflicts, protests, and sometimes massacres. This is so because, as Gavin Bradshaw argues in his paper titled "After Marikana, Rethinking Conflict Resolution in Africa, the South African case, he argues that South Africa is an example of a protracted social conflict because it displays a fundamental communal aspects, evinces a strong human needs element. Its pre-settlement condition had resulted strongly in authoritarian government. Twala, in his article, The Marikana Massacre, a historical overview of the labor unrest in the mining sector in South Africa, argues that the historic Marikana Massacre proved that some of the aforementioned stakeholders showed in one way or the other their handicaps in attempts to solve the mine workers' problems in South Africa. Gavin Bradshaw argues further. He says that South African conflict resolution processes remains in limbo. He argues that this is coupled with rising internal levels of strains expressed in racial tensions, violence, migration, and economical frustration. He further argues that a way out of this current malaise is the institutionalization of conflict management through its inclusion in the school's curricula, the establishment of conflict management systems to deal with the lower level conflicts, and the building of needs-satisfying institutional arrangements throughout society, enabling government to be more sensitive to the needs of the people. In my argument, I argue that the institutionalization of stakeholder management systems will ensure that we do not only resolve conflicts, but we rather avert them. The massacre in Tabelanga and Marikana show that stakeholder engagement rather than conflict management would have averted those massacres. Conflict management is only activated when there is a conflict. On the other hand, stakeholder management is an effective tool to manage expectations and to fulfill the human need to be heard. In addition to this year being the Bullhoek Massacre centennial year, this year is also an election year. We are already seeing community protests in various parts of our country. And with most of these protests, they are demanding to be heard by relevant authorities. So mine is to argue that rather than trying to resolve conflicts, we should rather try to avert them through stakeholder engagement. Why enhance stakeholder engagement? I am deliberately saying enhance stakeholder engagement, as it will be seen later that most private and public entities or departments use stakeholder engagement as just a compliance matter. The Bullhoek Massacre story began on the 12th of December 1920, when they received a letter from the magistrate of Queenstown inviting them to a meeting which was to be held on the 17th of the same month at Mark Ewan's farm. The meeting was to be attended by government officials from Pretoria. On the 14th of December 1920, the prophet sent 3 men, being Charlie Dondolo, Philip Mhlabane, and John Kelenjan, to buy food for horses at Mishinek's farm. It is reported that upon arrival at the farm, Klopper, who was a foreman at the time, shot and killed Charlie Dondolo. Klopper was arrested and tried by a judge in East London. On the 17th December 1920, a delegation from the church was sent to attend the meeting. The delegation from the church comprised of trustees Charles Nkijima, Edward Mpateni, Elder Barrington Nkijima, Grandfather Abraham Swanankopo, and St. Boy Nkijima. The delegation from the government comprised of Colonel Truther, General Lema, General van der Venne, and Mr. Barry, who was the Secretary of the Native Affairs, and the Magistrate Welsh. Now, the government officials wanted to know why the Israelites were refusing to return to their respective homes. The response from the church was as follows. Kungokuba siyathandaza apha, nokuba uThixo usivusele umprofeti apha eNtabelanga. It is reported that the meeting was concluded at the dissatisfaction of officials with the response. Subsequent to the 17th December 1920 meeting, numerous letters flowed between the church and government. The last letter that was written by the prophet was dated 22nd May 1921, responding to a letter from General Trotter. The letter reads as follows: Ndabelanga, Cape Province, 22nd May 1921, to Theo G. Trotter, Commissioner SA Police, Queenstown. Say, yours on the 21st instant, duly at hand. I feel glad today I am able to express myself to you as to how God has sent me to his people on the evening of the 9th April 1907. The Lord, God, has appeared to me by a vision. I was a hunter of game and a sinner before God, but the God of heaven appeared to me to his people, and whosoever shall hear his word shall be saved. He asked me, saying, do you hear the sound from the west? I said, I do hear, my Lord. That is the word that shall be in the world, he said. The great sound was roaring from the west. The Lord also informed me that the war will begin in 1914, and from thence there shall be no peace on earth. The Lord also informed me of the side it would appear. When it comes to Africa, you are just on track as you now stand. This war is neither for kings nor the rulers of this world, but it is the war of the Lord, God of Israel. The servant of the Lord informs you, therefore, that this war is neither caused by me nor by any earthly king. I understand that you, sir, intend to come out to Ndabelanga with an adequate force. May it therefore be known by you and all that the armies and forces be ruled by God. As for myself, I am just a messenger before the blood. I am not the cause of it, but God is going to cause it. I am the man of blood, said my God. The Lord of hosts is his name. The time of Jehovah is come. All nations are invited to the marriage of the Lord, God of heaven and earth, and also to the sacrifices of God of heaven, earth. God has not taken any kindness away from the human being. In reference to your letter to the arrest of men, this has already been replied to the magistrate and to the native superintendent of locations, Kamastone. As to the unauthorized residents to leave Ndabelanga, this point has been replied even at the meeting in which you were present in December with the commission of 3 men. As to destroy houses erected, it was with the permission of the authorities. This point has also often been replied to. I understand that you, sir, intend to come out with an adequate force, and if resisted, will drastically deal with us. We are here praying to God of our forefathers, therefore. We do not believe that God shall allow it. I have been pleading the government to allow Israelites to pray to their God. You are informing me that you are coming out with an adequate force. Do you mean, therefore, that you are coming to war against the God of Israel? If yes, Mr. Trotter, please inform me. I shall then write or say my last prayers before you destroy me. General Trotter responded to the letter as follows. To Enoch Nkijima, Ndabelanga. I have received your letter dated 22nd and instant from a messenger, Samuel Machoba. I beg to inform you that I have nothing further to add to my letter, which you have acknowledged receiving. On the 24th of May 1921, hundreds of soldiers from the South African Defence Force descended to Bullhoek with the objective to destroy and kill. On the 26th of May 1921, it was widely reported that the prophet had appeared before the magistrate on the charges of murder and attempted murder. The magistrate was Mr. J. Vintage White, and the prosecutor was Sergeant Rees. The prophet was represented by defense attorney, Mr. H.P. Halls. The trial was postponed for the 9th June, 1921. It is around this time that the ANC in its 9th annual meeting The chairman, S.M. Mahato, requested delegates to debate on the incidents. Also sent a telegram to Arthur Barlow requesting a parliamentary probe in the shootings. The Congress further decided to undertake the defense of those arrested at Bulhoek. The Bullhoek massacre, it is reported that it sent shocking waves across all the world. Now I read these letters to and fro between Trota and the Prophet to show that there was no engagement even from the beginning, but rather there were to and fro letters between the Prophet and Trota from the side of government. Now with the Marikana massacre, as I am going to in my paper to deal with both of them. The Marikana massacre refers to the events of the 11th to the 16th August 2020 at the Lomit mine at Marikana, where 44 people lost their lives, more than 70 were arrested, and millions of friends of property damaged. The events at Marikana were preceded by a wage dispute between the workers, unions, and the Lomit management. Redbone in their paper, The Marikana Massacre, Labor and Capitalism Towards a Recovery Alternative, argues that the events leading up to the Marikana Massacre are complex and not one single factor responsible for the tragedy. They further argue that the massacre may have been influenced by the breakdown of engagement between the management of Lonmin and the workers. In both these massacres, there was no meaningful stakeholder engagement between the parties. In Ntabelanga, the residents of Ntabelanga were the key stakeholder to the municipality at the time. If then it is correct that the issue of temporary settlement in Bullhoek was a bylaw matter, there would have been a need to deploy, there would not have been a need to deploy the army and the police. But we understand it was more than a matter of contravening a bylaw. It was a matter of the land. It was a matter of our forefathers worshiping on a Sabbath day rather than on a popular accepted Sunday. It was a matter of putting a black man in his right place. From the December 1920 meeting, it was clear that there would not be a meaningful engagement between the church members and the government officials. In that meeting, the government officials only demanded to know why they were refusing to move out of Ntabelanga. There was no meaningful engagement on the needs of the church members, needs like needs to housing, shelter, and all those things, and other forms of basic needs. On the second meeting between the church and the government officials, there was only letters between the Prophet and the Colonel Tuta, the last letter being the letter written on the 22nd of May, 1921. Now the same applies with the Marikana massacre. There was no meaningful engagement between management and organized labor at the bargaining council. It is reported that the workers did not trust the representatives at the bargaining council. The workers decided to take matters into their own hands. They were demanding a minimum wage of 12,500. Protests were immediately joined by the community members. The community members had different demands. They wanted decent houses. They wanted running water. They wanted jobs. These are the things that the Lomit management viewed as the municipal competency and not that of the mine. It is also clear that the municipality had not addressed or engaged its residents on the delivery of services or lack thereof. Hence, the residents took to the streets. Now, why stakeholder engagement? A robust stakeholder engagement is vital for companies to be able to understand and to respond to legitimate stakeholder concerns. King 4 states that an organization can no longer be seen as existing in its own narrow universe of internal stakeholders or resources needed to create value, as it operates in and forms part of a general society. The Companies Act of 2008 does not require all companies to have a social and ethics committee. However, King, on the other hand, encourages a cultural shift within companies. This is the committee that would receive reports on engagement with stakeholders of the company, including labor, the community, and other stakeholders. Now, why stakeholder engagement? Why am I of the view that it would avert massacres? Because I am of the view that as we learn from all the massacres in Rosa Hill, Bullhoek massacre, and recently the Marikana massacre, we should be in the process to say, how do we avert these massacres? How do we ensure that they do not occur again in the future going forward? Now, the Constitution demands that government, in particular local government, consults with its residents on matters that affect them. Issues like the adoption of the budget, the passing of the bylaws, and all those things. Municipalities are also expected to develop IDPs, which is the 5-year plan of a municipality. Now I am bringing...
Sorry, Advocate, just 2 more minutes to go. It's almost done. We have gone over
2 more minutes to go.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Now, these IDPs are reviewed annually. Well, the IDP also comprises of the aspirations of the residents from the wards. Now, these IDPs are reviewed annually together with the adoption of the draft annual report of the municipality. Now, I raise these two because now had municipalities engage with all the stakeholders, including in this particular instance, Lonmin. Now, Lonmin would, during that engagement, be able to say, these are our annual financial statements. This is how much we've got. These are all the deficits and all those things. And also in those engagements that the citizens as well of the Platinum Belt in Marikana, that would be part of, Lonmin would, in those engagements, engage the citizens on issues of corporate social investment. So citizens would know what Lonmin is doing as far as those communities are concerned. And also in those engagements, it is where expectations would be managed. It is where also the municipalities would manage expectations, would present to communities what they have done as far as service delivery is concerned, or lack thereof. So as I say, that had all these things have happened in Marikana in particular, I do not believe that we would have a Marikana massacre, because the people would be heard by the authorities, expectations would be engaged. And I also say that enhanced stakeholder engagement also requires that all parties are honest. All parties treat each other as equals, because it's seen from Bullhoek that there was senior officials from government who just came and demanded to know what is happening. And also at Marikana as well, there was that issue of employer-employee relations, which do not necessarily assist in dealing with conflicts and ultimately massacres. So as I've said that stakeholder, and it's also my view that stakeholder engagement is not only the matter of government and companies, also political parties have a responsibility to consistently engage with their members so that aspirations, expectations are managed at a political level as well. So in closing, entities in both the private and the public sector to ensure effective and enhanced stakeholder engagement must ensure their entities have a policy which, amongst other things, would define ownership and decision-making process, scope of the policy, governance processes, identify key stakeholders, and stakeholder groups, develop engagement plan, including frequency and method, and facilitate stakeholder engagement process. So in conclusion, it is my view, and I want to argue that a consistent engagement between all the parties or all the sectors of society would allow us to avert conflicts, to avert protests, and ultimately at times to avert massacres. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Sakela, for that excellent presentation that looks both at the Bulhoek massacre as well as the Marikana massacre. We are going to move on quickly to our 10th presentation for the day. We have Dr. Tsepo Mvulane Moloi, who's wrapping up his postdoc at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. He holds various degrees, including a BA in Heritage Studies, a Master's in Systematic Philosophy from the University of Zululand. He will be presenting on musings and reminiscing about the Bullhoek massacre. Tsepo, it's good to see you. I've not seen you for a long time. I see you have grown a beard. Welcome to this presentation, to this seminar.
No, and enkosi kakhulu tata. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I come into this contribution or this conversation with political science, public administration, and African philosophy in mind. So I say this particularly because a lot of the speakers really are theology and are interested in theology. And I just wanted to just put that up front that while I'm going to engage the material as I found it, the background that I come to the work with, I'm more interested in the public administration element of it. As said in my abstract, I'm interested in three particular things in this paper. The first being considering historical accounts, both time-worn and contemporary, of the Bullhoek massacre. The second being selecting key themes that may arise from that. And the third being, I'm interested in finding out in terms of how we remember, particularly institutionalized memory from the archives of both, of the three legs, the national government, the provincial government, and the local municipalities, in South Africa. So in the case of the Bullhoek massacre, it's of course Eastern Cape. I'm interested in the provincial reports from the Eastern Cape government, and I'm also interested in what I'm getting in the Chris Hani district, particularly, where the Enoch Mgijima municipality since 2016 has been erected. Now, with that said, my paper will give a brief background, which I'm tempted because of time to say a lot of these previous speakers have already covered it, but I think there are very important things to be said in the background, which I just want to voice. First, as we see from the opening speaker of this conference, Professor Robert Edgar, introduction, which basically opened us up to the premise of what happened and the opening narrative to give us guidance. We have to acknowledge here that his book is acknowledged as the key source, with regards to this story. And with that, particularly with that premise, we need to pause and say, we recognize the fact that Professor Edgar's book comes from his PhD thesis, which he wrote in 1977 from the University of California, Los Angeles. And so we appreciate that he has done this work and he has become the preeminent scholar on this conversation. But we're at a time of decolonization. We're at a time where we need to start asking the uncomfortable questions, particularly for scholars who are interested to getting closer and closer to what our premises can tell us, what our premises can inform us. We have an example now, just, earlier on, the previous speaker, Lerato Mchengu, who basically decides to use a Eurocentric lens, to understand the prophet Enoch Mgijima. And of course, we see another scholar, Ufuneka Manzi, coming to say, look, let's not play on that road, because if we continue on that way, we're doing nothing else but performing coloniality. Okay, we acknowledge we're all colonized, but let us try to at least not move from the narrative of the colonizer. And so in this way, like Advocate Sakela has just said, we are having an opportunity through this conference to actually revisit some of the narratives that have been said about us. Now, there's a lot of sources on the Bullhoek massacre. And I have no bone in the fight like Funeka and the elder Advocate Sakela and the other elder members who are part of the church. I have no particular bone, but I stand with their view to say, we can have all these outsiders speaking about the church. We can have these outsiders speaking about the prophet Enoch Mgijima. That's fair. I mean, it's public discourse. It's an event that has happened. However, can they please appreciate that they also need to put as much energy to the insiders in as much as they're putting as outsiders or the outside voices. So in this particular case, what I decided to do was, I've done a lot of online research. I've seen a lot of sources on South Africa history online. I had to consider what Professor Edgar Davis has written, both in his PhD and later in his book, which has now been referred to quite a number of times here, which of course, I think in his PhD, he titles it The Fifth Seal, the Amasiriale Bullhoek Massacre, 1921. So this is very important in as far as our engagement, particularly happening in 2021, because I decided to talk to the members, or the members that I could find that were willing to engage me on. I think the earlier professor that spoke raised the word, Professor Catherine, kept on referring to from below. So the from below in my context is such that I'm treating the inside voices as voices that I categorize as from below, because we don't hear much from those voices. We're hearing so much from the outsiders. So I was fortunate enough to be able to interview, and of course now we had to have emails flying up and down, to be able to interview willing participants from the Chris Hani district who were involved with the municipality or the leadership, because I was interested, of course, in the insight they would give me from what I would get on my own on the websites. Because what we're seeing in terms of reports that are recorded and all of that is not the full picture of what actually takes place. So I wanted to get another view so that I can at least have a sense to inform my opinion. And here I was able to, and I'm thankful here to Mr. Apim Kangelwa, to Mrs. Lindiwe Mgunuza, who gave me then context to the former speaker before me now, who Advocate Tulani Sakela. And I was able to then also speak to the COO of the Enoch Mgijima municipality, Mr. Van Wyk, who then referred me to his archives department, and here he refers me to Mr. Nkosi Mzimeleni, who's a historian on the Ama-Israeli Church, but he was able to access some archives for me. And I was also able to talk to Councillor Mvana, who serves on the leadership in the municipality. He's a former councillor and chairperson of the ANC sub-region, in that area. And so what I wanted to get from these voices was, first of all, I asked them standard questions, which I'm going to repeat for the sense of not leaving my audience behind. So I was interested in the following questions. And here I'd like to begin with my conversation with Ms. Lindiwe Mkunuza, who I must say, sadly, having given me the context, she did not give me her responses to my questions. But however, so I'll skip her because I'll skip her with the fact that at least I'm acknowledging that she answered me and she gave me the context that I found helpful. Now, and then I was given the context, so I'll go to some of the questions and answers that I was given from the elder of the church, who is considered to be one of the historians of the Ama-Israeli Church. And this is Utata Ulwazi Mgulwa. Okay, and what Tata Mlwazi was able to respond to my responses, he basically, and what I'll try and do is, I'll say my question and his answer, question and answer, so that I don't cloud the issues. So my first question was, please, can you please tell me, what is your relationship with the church? Because I want to understand first who he was, and so that I'm able, from the responses that he would give later, to follow. So he tells me he grew up in the church, like we were learning of the other participants earlier. I grew up in the Church of God and Saint of Christ as a young boy. The story of Prophet Enoch Nkijima was narrated day in and day out, as it is always customary that children must know where they come from and have a clear picture of where they're going. Prof. Enoch was painted as a freedom fighter who stood up and became vocal during Black African liberation struggle on behalf of those who were oppressed. It was during the time when South African National Native Congress was a mouthpiece for the people during a Congress conference in 1919 at Queenstown. He made it clear that sityiliza ilitshe elinye, kodwa nina nityiliza ngokukwenyama, thina silityiliza ngokomoya. The church and the SNNC are fighting for freedom, though they differ in the method. Enoch Nkijima installed so many values to his followers, such that they would face tomorrow without fail. These values are peace, unity, honesty, integrity, and humility. Now, I am afraid to go on and on and on, but of course, all of these things are going to come out in the paper. But I want to move to the second question. I wanted to understand his particular role in the church. What were his responsibilities? And he says, I've always been instructed by the church to present and narrate history of the massacre during commemorations organized by the church and local municipality. This responsibility has been delegated in order to encourage the importance of young people and recognition and acknowledgement of their participation in the church. There are also old people who know many things more than I do. I always find time to consult with them. Then I asked him to tell me, for him, what does the 24th of May represent? And he said, the 24th of May was declared by the church as the day of fasting on behalf of all those who were massacred on the same day in 1921, to give them honor and to show some maximum respect in a special way because of their sacrifices, so that we stand as church members free from intimidations that they have faced then. It is now 100 years' time since the massacre took place. It is the time to say over 100 years, this church still stands. So 24th May 2021, the church will be commemorating and celebrating these years on behalf of the people who service the church and community as people who were selfless. And then I forget the question I asked him here. Oh, I think I then say, what did I not ask you that you feel you would like to include and, remark? And he says, personally, I'm not satisfied at all with how the Bullhoek massacre is remembered. The country at large does not give these commemorations much deserved attention. If Enoch Mgijima's existence was for fighting for freedom during a liberation struggle, why does his name diminish when the Republic of South Africa becomes free at last? For the local municipality to bear the name of Enoch Mgijima, right? The municipality should be accountable to the members of the church where Enoch belonged. The land that Enoch fought for on behalf of his people should be granted as such, instead of numerous unfulfilled promises made during commemorations. There are a number of descendants of those who were massacred. These commemorations do not talk about the compensation on behalf of people who died fighting for freedom, forcefully removed from their own land. The route towards the mass graves of the people who died in 1921 is as bad as it was 27 years ago. The commemorations do not even touch the uplifting and maintenance of the road leading to the graves. Some heritage sites are given much attention by government, and maybe this is because of political inclination. And so I want to stop here because he continues, but let's talk to some of the things he raises. I mean, he raises compensation, I think this is interesting.
2 minutes to go. I know.
Oh, okay. All right. I think there's so much that I think because I've got 2 minutes, let me try and just wrap up. Look, the story of the Enoch, what I did in my paper is try to go to history, interact with some of the locals who are involved in the municipality, in the local district and governance, and also with the church. And then I've gone into some of the literature, which of course I didn't have time to talk to here, but one source that I want to recommend is the PhD thesis written on the Bullhoek massacre, which was written by Richmond Mzukolile Ngwanya. He writes this PhD in 2005, and it's with UNISA. It's easily available online. I make this particular reference because he acknowledges the work done by predecessors, Edgar Davids, Martin Manju, who did it with Natal University. And he says, these are outside voices. And I think it's important that we actually bring the picture and balance the picture. So he attempted to go beyond those voices. And of course, I want to end the way he ends in his PhD. He says, knowing the biggest thing about this research on the Bullhoek massacre and most of our massacres or our stories as Black people in South Africa, you cannot undermine the level of linguistics, the element of language. Doing a study of a people without knowing their language is not, you cannot do justice to that study. And so he says, because I can speak the language, I was able to then go and address some of the gaps. And he says, we must think about linguicide and not underplay it. And then, so it's interesting, his thesis is highly recommendable for all of us who are interested in details about the massacre. And I want to end with his words, and I quote him here, Ngondo, Ingondo, yeyokusetshenziswa. So masiyekeni njengabantu abamnyama ukusebenzisa izinto ezingasiyo ezethu. Enkosi kakhulu, ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, Tsepo. Just a slight change on the program. We are going to take Professor Alan Anderson, who should have started at 12:30. We apologize, Professor, we've been running late. Professor Anderson is Emeritus Professor of Mission and Pentecostal Studies at the University of Birmingham since 1995. Prior to this, he was Principal of Swane Theological College and part-time researcher at the University of South Africa. He will be speaking on early American Pentecostalism and African independent churches in South Africa. Welcome, Professor. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? The aim of my paper is to give some background. I'm not speaking a lot about Bullhoek itself, but to talk about the significance of the connections that Enoch Mjima and other independent church leaders had with American independent missionaries. Sometimes the leaders and prophets of African churches were ascribed a biblical mandate as Moses figures, bringing their people out of slavery into the promised land, the new city of Zion from which they could never be dislodged. This phenomenon is seen most clearly in those churches in Southern Africa, the most colonized and oppressed region on the continent. In this short paper, I will trace historical links between what I call the spirit churches in South Africa and early American Pentecostalism. And most of the material I'm referring to is about 10 years before the Bulhoek massacre. Many African churches portray the Exodus as a deliverance from the old life of trouble, sickness, oppression, evil spirits, sorcery, and poverty. This new African Israel is moving out of Egypt towards the New Jerusalem, the Zion of God, where all these troubles are forgotten. The people of God are the members of this new African church, which has been able to discover its own promised land, Zion, the New Jerusalem, the holy place, not in some distant foreign land in antiquity, but is present here and now in Africa. But it's also important to note where these ideas were first mooted. From 1894 onwards, the Zion movement of John Alexander Dowie and his Zion City, just north of Chicago, sent out a periodical known as the Leaves of Healing, which reached many readers and subsequent converts in South Africa. Dowie's Christian Catholic Apostolic Church in Zion was founded in 1896 and operated a missionary movement from its headquarters in Zion City. The African independent Zionist and apostolic movements in Southern Africa took much of their inspiration from this movement and its widely circulating magazine. The story of the first Zion missionary to South Africa, Daniel Bryant, who arrived in 1904, is well known, and I will not repeat that in detail. But suffice it to say that Bryant baptized the first group of African Zionists in Wakkerstroom by threefold immersion soon after his arrival in Johannesburg. And out of this group, a whole host of Zionist and Pentecostal churches or apostolic churches was to emerge, including perhaps one of the best known Pentecostal churches in South Africa, the Apostolic Faith Mission, or the AFM, and its offshoots, and ultimately the Zion Christian Church of Engenes Lechanyani. Like Dowie's Zion, most Zionist and apostolic churches have a church headquarters where the founder or the bishop lives, a healing colony to which members must make regular pilgrimages on holy days for church conferences. This wasn't unusual in the early 20th century, although it was alarming to the government authorities, especially if occupation of the land was considered illegal. This African Zion is the place where the means of grace and the manifestation of God's presence in the sacraments are administered by the leader. The conferences of the Church of Zion at Zion are therefore of the utmost importance. These annual pilgrimages follow the Old Testament tradition of the journeys of the people of God to their holy place at regular festival times. And that is exactly what happened at Bullhoek when the people gathered there. And this was surely why Enoch Mjima saw Bullhoek as the promised land given by God. A Swedish Lutheran missionary bishop, Bent Zunkler, made this perceptive comment about that terrible day. and I quote, "A sacred place, a Zion, as in the Old Testament. This was what they were longing for in the land of the whites, where they no longer had any right to possess land. It was sometimes overlooked that this was the decisive point for the Israelites under Enoch Mjima at Bulhoek in that fatal month of May 1921. Forgive my tongue stumbling at Mjima. The American Pentecostal missionaries. South Africa was one of the earliest and most favored places for American missionaries. The Pentecostal missionaries worked in various places, but particularly in and around Johannesburg. American missionaries were received favorably by Africans and by Afrikaners who had been influenced by the American Zion movement. Indeed, the American founders of the Apostolic Faith Mission were former Zionists themselves. The first American Pentecostals arrived in 1908. Thomas Hesmelhouch and John G. Lake, Jacob Lehman and others were among them and began the AFM in South Africa in 1908. Hesmelhouch led a church in Indianapolis and a new Pentecostal outreach in Zion City, where he became acquainted with Lake. Lake was an elder in Zion who was involved in Pentecostal meetings in Indianapolis in early 1907. The team was identified with the work in Indianapolis and sent from there to South Africa. Because of his seniority, Hesmelhouch was the leader of the group at first until he fell out with Lake, and he was also the first president of the AFM, although Lake was the more charismatic and the more controversial. Lily and Jacob Lehman were returning missionaries who had spent 6 years in Southern Africa, could speak Zulu, and had received spirit baptism in Indianapolis. That was the characteristic of Pentecostal churches. The Zion connections of these American missionaries proved extremely fruitful, and the number of African Zionists was already exploding. The Afrikaner leader, Peter L. Leroux, who was a former Dutch Reform missionary working in Wakkerstroom, had joined Dowie's movement in 1902 or 1903 and had become an elder with some 400 African fellow workers and converts. And Bryant baptized them, as I've mentioned, and this group reached 5,000 by 1905. There were other fortuitous circumstances for these Pentecostals. The Zion missionary Bryant, on his return to the United States in 1906, was unhappy with Dowie's successor, Wilbur Bolivar, and had left the movement. He also encouraged his followers to seek a deeper baptism in the Spirit. It seems that his disaffection had spread to his South African followers, who welcomed the Pentecostals who had been Zionists with open arms. A letter of Lake to Bryant, referring to some of his former converts in Johannesburg, appeared in Pentecostal publications. The Zion converts of Leroux in the Wakkerstroom area became the source out of which eventually a whole series of Zionist denominations emerged throughout Southern Africa. The American missionaries were soon writing back to their supporters of the amazing things that they were reporting about. Back in the USA, these events were regarded as the most remarkable of the reports from Pentecostal missionaries. In fact, exuded Lake, "It's the most wonderful apostolic faith work I've ever yet seen." He said, Johannesburg was never so religiously stirred before, and that he was receiving so many inquirers that he had hardly been able to eat, let alone sleep. The services began in an American Congregational church in Doornfontein, and then it was soon too small, and the Pentecostal team were given the unrestricted use of the 500-seater Zion Tabernacle in Bree Street in Johannesburg. The missionary activities included healing services, meetings in various homes throughout the city, meetings in mine compounds with laborers from many parts of Southern Africa, which was one of the ways in which Pentecostalism spread at that time. By August 1908, Hesmelhouch had traveled to Wakkerstroom and Vryheid. It seems at Leroux's invitation, working among the hundreds of Zionist Africans in that area and reporting many healings. It appears that the growth of South African Pentecostalism among the African population was initially as a result of Zionist leaders joining the movement and that American missionaries used these Zionist contacts to promote their own work. Lake writes a long letter to one of his American supporters, published in May 1909. He reports that LaRue had joined the movement with 35 native preachers ministering to 5,000 people. He writes that there were now at least 50,000 people for whom the AFM was responsible, and he mentions other South African missionaries with whom he was working. The majority of the whites joining the AFM were Afrikaners. This was not long after the Boer War, of course. And Lake was soon to plead for support for Afrikaner workers who he said were far superior than any that can come from America, because they had always lived among the natives, although he stated again that the Afrikaner was like the American Southerner with, quote, strong prejudice on his part against the blacks that only the Holy Spirit could remove. The American missionaries appealed for funds for two overseers in particular, one of whom was undoubtedly LaRue himself, who Lake describes as a strong, clear-headed Afrikaner who understands the natives and their customs and had a native work touching 35,000 people. While these statements might not have endeared Lake to his American readers and fellow missionaries, he seems to have won the hearts of many Afrikaners with his anti-British views, which again could have been gleaned from Dowie in Zion City, and his sympathy with the Afrikaners' plight since the recent Anglo-Boer War. A meeting between white representatives of the Zion Church and the AFM executive in 1909, again an all-white body, agreed that LaRue would be in charge of the Zion mission work, by which meant the African churches in the Transvaal, and that these two organizations would mutually acknowledge each other's preaching certificates. It's important to note here that Pentecostalism did not take the place of Zionism in South Africa, but the new message of the power of the Spirit was simply added to it. The seeds of division had already formed. Separate conferences were being held. African leaders with their proven talents were left out of all administrative authority. South African Pentecostalism very quickly segregated. This led to a whole series of secessions from 1910 onwards, when Daniel Konyani started the first Zulu Zion Church. In a letter to his American supporters, one of the missionaries, Lehman, the one who had already been 6 years in South Africa, commented on the very unsatisfactory arrangements in the Zion Tabernacle and the terrible barrier of race distinction that could be, he said, our greatest difficulty. This had caused, he reported, the native work to be independent of the white work from March 1909. There's much less information in the archives that I have examined on the many African Pentecostal leaders in South Africa in these days. But these African leaders clearly made the movement vigorous and dynamic. They were missionaries and pioneers in their own right, with influence far beyond their own church's spheres. They played a remarkable role in the future history and the development of Christianity in South Africa. Clearly, the work of Lehman and others in the gold mines, employing contract workers from several Southern African countries and all over South Africa itself, was an important means of spreading Pentecostal ideas in ways the Western missionaries could not have imagined. It certainly played a significant role in the increasing Pentecostalization of the newly emerging independent churches.
Professor Anderson, 3 more minutes to go, sir. 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. There were many other African leaders at the time, and I'd like to just finish with this. The existence of these strong independent churches has much to do with early American Pentecostal missionaries. There are indications that Pentecostal missionaries tapped into a new phenomenon that was particularly strong in South Africa. Near Middelburg, American missionaries held services to welcome a group of secessionists into the Pentecostal fold. And Lake visited an Ethiopian church conference that was seeking affiliation with the AFM. Lake reported that 24 native Catholic churches and 5 large Ethiopian churches, as he called them, had decided to affiliate with the AFM in 1910, and that another church he called the African Catholic Church with 78 preachers joined in January 1911. Clearly, many of the early Pentecostal converts, so-called, in South Africa were already members of Christian churches, especially African independent ones. But the flow went both ways. By 1915, there were several secessions from the Pentecostals, especially from the Apostolic Faith Mission. Although Mgijima was linked to an African-American Israelite group that purported to combine Judaism and Christianity, the role of American missionaries in the early years of African independence and the links with some of its most significant leaders is clear. The growth and proliferation of these Zionist and apostolic churches are evident of the rapid spread of the spirit churches in Africa and must be accounted for in any historical research. Early Pentecostal missionaries tapped into the new phenomenon of African independency, particularly prevalent in institutionally segregated South Africa. Whatever their motivation might have been, American and other Pentecostal missions in South Africa were the unwitting catalyst for a much larger movement of the Spirit that was to dominate African Christianity into the 21st century. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Professor Anderson, for that presentation that links Pentecostalism and the African independent churches. Professor Anderson was our 11th speaker. Our last speaker now is Oluwethu Dlanga, who's pursuing a master's degree in history here at the University of Pretoria. He has ranging experience in the public service. He's also a member of the Temple Baptist Church of God and Saints of Christ, and was raised at the Amasraeli Church of God and Saints of Christ in Komani. So we are ending the program with the member of the church and also a master's student. So we have had this combination between more established scholars and scholars also who are pursuing their master's degrees and other degrees. Up to you, Oluwethu, and welcome.
No, thank you very much. Greetings to everybody, to the viewers at home, to the viewers in the continent and in the diaspora. Just immediately at this moment, I want us to just take a moment to understand that at this moment in Bullhoek, Ntabelanga in 1921, probably what was taking place at the time was the moment when the elder women of the church were being asked by the prophet to go and cover those that were wounded, those that were killed. And also at that particular time, which is at this time, it was the lifeless bodies of our forefathers who had then been furtherly dehumanized by the racist colonial police state and the soldiers. So I'm standing here in loving memory of all these fallen gallant soldiers, of worshippers and worshippers of Amasraeli. But also I'm standing here in memory of great two historians of the Church of God and Saints of Christ, Amasraeli, Utata J.Z. Nhloko and Joshua Mbai. These are some of the great historians whom we have learned extensively about the history of the Church of God and Saints of Christ, and Enoch Mgijima in his quest to be free. Now, my title of my talk is Burdened with Liberation, Mgijima and the Israelites' Quest to be Free, and I add, to be human. My paper is going to be looking at various subtopics, and these topics look at history as a guide. They look at the struggle for reason. They look at the land question as an existential question. They also look at freedom and liberation as some of the subtopics that I think the Bulhoek Massacre and Mgijima and the Israelites were pondering upon, even though they were doing that from a spiritual perspective, but there was a praxis that was taking place in that particular movement. So Mgijima and the Israelites yearning for genuine liberation and humanity resulted in one of the most brutal massacres in the history of the African people. These matriarchs and patriarchs emerged from the colonial milieu where Africa's indigenous people, in the Cape Colony specifically, were deprived of important constitutive elements that make them free, liberated, and human beings. I say this social order, which was premised on white domination, intended everything that ticks not the predetermined European rubric definition of a human. It referred to those as less human.
Yes, sir.
So this way of life depicted visibly that indigenous people belong to the zone of non-being, where the state of affairs included lawlessness, deprivation, servitude, and most of all, non-existence. Now, this invisible demarcation of existence and non-existence was made possible, I argue, by various outcomes. One of them is the land dispossession, the stripping away of an aptitude to reason religiously and spiritually, including the captivating away the agency of an African to manage or mismanage their affairs, including participating in the political and legal affairs of African people. Now, in its entirety, this became the conquest of national territory and the oppression of people, which Frantz Fanon conceptualizes as colonialism. Now, with its version of Christianity, colonialism seemingly suffocated the freedom of people like Mgijima and Amasrael. And this included some of the African leaders who later established independent church movements that were to respond to the material conditions of the African people at the time. Now, colonial Christian religion, history has recorded in the later, in our time, that it proved to be without morality and consciousness of Christ. Now, Rabbi Jehu Agus Crowdy Jr. Made an imposition on religion on this point, and I quote, "If one needs a solid ethical religion, they must have Abraham, Moses, and Christ, for the latter introduces us to the Christ consciousness, while Moses brings us to the code of ethics undergirded with dignity and order," close quote. Now, in the thinking of Amasrael, this is my thesis, land as the material base, religious and spiritual freedom intertwined with personal agency epitomized some non-negotiable values, which are: 1, dignity; 2, freedom, liberation, and most importantly, humanness. Now, these values permeate prominently in Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask, Towards the African Revolution, and the Wretched of the Earth books. And they also permeate extensively in my argument. So I think these were non-negotiable for the Israelites, which created this Bullhoek massacre. Now, settler colonial South Africa, not apartheid South Africa, because apartheid South Africa is a metamorphosis of settler colonial South Africa. So settler colonial South Africa, which massacred the African people through the Amasrael, invalidated these values against the African people in general, but against also the Israelites in particular. So since this invalidation of their humanness, Mgijima and the Israelites acted or did not act as a performative of captivating back their freedom, their personhood, from a group of invaders who viewed Africans as nothing but laborers and commodities to be used and then disposed of. So while Amasraeli view, which is, I'm part of those people, while Amasraeli view the Bulhoek massacre site where some of the commemorations are taking place now at this moment in Bulhoek, they view it as a sacred place. I further argue and want the viewers at home and the other scholars to view Bulhoek massacre, the site, to be understood as a battlefield, an unjust combat zone for annihilation or the existence of Africans generally, because Africans and the land equals to existence. Now, on top of arguing the land question, I would also engage, as I had said, the ability to reason. how to worship, how to interpret the deity of God, which was an important imperative in claiming back the humanness of the Amasraeli. So in the 20s, when Amasraeli had already emerged into that particular world, they also wanted to decolonize the imagination of God from the imperialist universalism, to insert and assert in it an African personality. That is why Amasraeli, you find them when they are worshipping, they would be carrying some clubs which are prominent in the Tembu Xhosa tradition, and also how they also use the language, how they also use some of the forms which are aligned to the African traditions, like the clapping of hands and the sound which pops up extensively, like a drum, and so on and so forth. So that was one other aspect which Amasraeli were trying to decolonize the imagination of God. And that was prevalent in how Mgijima was engaging in the Amasraeli in the conversation with the settler colonial state. While this might have been a philosophical struggle, praxis was also utilized to challenge the European paternalism. Mgijima did it and asserted courageously, and he said, I quote, "The Lord has sent me to tell you that you are worshiping him with dishonesty. Be true to him," close quote. Now, in Mgijima's thinking, and in Mgijima's thinking, this was his way of taking over his humanness. But in European logic, no African can be sent by God, as God is an invention of Europe. Now, at the end of my paper, I would then make a conclusion that liberation, in pursuit for liberation, even though they did not succeed, they infused in generations after them to critically engage and analyze the difference between the real liberation and the flag liberation, because liberation or freedom must not be confined to the political rights, that is the right to vote, a new flag, a political rhetoric, and a declaration of independence, or even be characterized as a citizen in the coded law in the coded book of law. Should I continue?
Conclude. Almost time is up.
Okay, and unfortunately, it therefore means that because of time constraints, colleagues and friends, I'm just going to stop at this moment, because my conclusion is not going to be benefiting to the argument that I would have made. So unfortunately, maybe we could record this and send it back. But unfortunately, the child of the Bullhoek massacre is unable to make their contribution, and I'm sure the colleagues are able to apologize for that on my regard. Thank you very much.
Do that. Thank you very much, Oluwatu. I think because we are with you here, we are going to clap. What an amazing presentation. Even though it was short, we have ended on a very lively note, brilliantly argued. But I mean, of course, we are going to, all of the presentations are on the YouTube channel. But I mean, I think what is even more exciting is that we have plans to publish these papers in an edited volume, I mean, where people can read, those who were not able to participate today or even to observe these proceedings will be able to read the book. So the next steps, I mean, as I have said, as it was communicated to the presenters, we intend to have an edited volume, and there will be communication, especially from Professor Tinyiko Maluleka, on the next steps. But we want to thank all the presenters as well as everybody who has participated in this centenary of the Bullhoek massacre for your participation. There will definitely be communication. Thank you very much. And also to the team from the University of Pretoria and the University of Johannesburg who have worked hard to make this possible. We thank all of you. And we say the spirit of the church will never, of Mgijima and the church will never be forgotten. Thank you very much to everyone. Long live Mgijima, long live, and long live Oluwatu and other members of the church who have participated. Thank you very much. Thank you.